Yo, what up, everybody? How are you guys doing today? Welcome, everybody, to One Africa. It's another beautiful day that we do have, and we're gonna have a very exciting day today to talk about different topics. Different things that are going on. First of all, shout out to all of you guys who are joining right now. One thing you can do, which is very, very, very important. What's good, brother? It's good. It's good. What's good, my brother? Okay, I love the energy there. Tina Gizal, what's good on your side? I thank God it's a beautiful day. I gotta admit, as I say that this year we're gonna be very brutally honest with each other and with ourselves. I gotta say that I'm a little bit down. I'm a little bit down, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Puppy, lonely. I don't know why you're lonely, man, but I feel you. All right, I feel you. Um, I feel you. I feel you, puppy. Lonely. Appreciate Sige Bechera. Appreciate. Welcome, bro. Appreciate. Everybody who is joining right now, let me know where you're joining from and let me know how you're doing on that side because today we're gonna have very, very important things to talk about. If you've seen the title of this video, MD2V4. I'm here. This one is an important one. Oh, you say you gotta be here every single time, my brother. You gotta be here every single time. This one is in MD2V4. I'll be watching you, all right? I'll be watching you tomorrow and the day after that and the day after that. You gotta be here all the time, all right? Caleb, hi, Caleb. How are you, brother? Yen, Yamariam, Leach, hello, One Africa. Yes, my brother Ezra, Professor Ezra, the brain. You appreciate, brother. Appreciate. What Africans learn from Mika. That's a good one. That's a good one. What do you guys learn from me? All right. Somebody here is helping me to say something. What are you guys learning from me? Okay, this is really important, guys. We're gonna have very exciting conversation today, and this is what's gonna happen. All right. This is what's gonna happen. Okay. Let me shout out to people. My brother Reach Francis, it's been a while. What's up? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing all right. Welcome back, my brother. I missed you here. Grace, USA, Colorado, I appreciate. Abinet, Yen, Yamariam, keep going with One Africa. Appreciate for the love. Share this link with somebody. We're gonna talk about. There's a lot of things going on in Ethiopia, man. Guys, I gotta say this, man. Like, it's just impossible to talk about Africa without talking about Ethiopia. It's impossible. Why it's impossible? It's because of everything that is happening every single day. There is breaking news every single day, and something not just for Ethiopia, but something that is significant for Africa. So if let me say this because you guys have to understand. Some of you might be complaining that why are you talking about Ethiopia? But let me say this, guys. Everything has a case study, and in Africa, not just now, but even before we gain our independence, African countries they had their own case studies. And that was Ethiopia. Ethiopia has been Africa's case study for a long time. Dang, I'm smart, man. Let me say this. I've never heard this from anywhere, but I think this is the right word to use. Case study. Ethiopia has been a case study to African countries for a long time, for ages. All right, this is not the first time, for ages. Long time when the country was not colonized, other African countries, they're looking at them. They're like, what happened to these people? Why are they not colonized? That's why they had African Union right there, the headquarters there, because it's a case study for a lot of African countries. It's a model. It's a role model for a lot of African countries. It's a mama for a lot of African countries. And when you look at that, you know that, man, we have all the reason to defend, to protect, and to make sure that it prospers because that is the pride of Africa. I said that before and I will say that again. The symbol of independence, the pride of Africa. Even to this very day, it's still a case study. So I hope that it's not a case study in a bad way, but in a good way. That's my wish. That is my wish, that when we look at the situation that is happening in Ethiopia, look at the movement, this movement, the no more movement that started, a lot of countries are looking to that. A lot of countries are adapting to that because it's a case study. When you look at what's going on there, then everybody else is learning something from that. Just the other day, the prison were released, and we had conversation here twice we had a conversation here about justice and peace. Which one are you gonna pick? We had twice different conversation. You guys can check the videos there. Today you see this tweet of the conversation between the US and Ethiopia. So all these things, every single day there's something new is happening. Something new is happening that we can actually step back and look, see the situation, talk to the local people, talk to Ethiopians, understand what is going on, like all the way to the core, man, and see what can we learn from this. And not only what can we learn, but also to ask questions. Where do you think Ethiopia is at right now? If you've been following this for a long time, you've been following One Africa movement, I think you have been seeing what we've been talking, what we've been, you've seen. And if we have a lot of people here, they came in, they didn't know anything that's going on in Ethiopia. But because of this place, they come to find out a lot of things. I remember my brother John Divine from Nigeria. That guy, the first time he came, he was even asking us, like, what's going on? I don't really know anything. But a lot of people, when they come here, they know actually things that are happening in Africa. So today, I just thought that we should sit down and spend some time. First of all, the first question, where are we right now? All right, and this is the collective effort of me, and my brother will come here very soon. He'll be the first one. I'll invite him to come to open up this conversation, to share different things that are going on, and then we'll have a lot of people later on to come in and to share their opinion. But the first question is, where are we at? Ethiopia, where are you guys at right now? How do you feel? What is your feeling? Where are you at right now? That's the first question. The second question that we'll cover later, what can we learn from the situation, what is going on? Because there's something very unique. There's something very special is happening, and we cannot afford to close our eyes. We need to be watching, to open our eyes and to see what is happening. What can we learn? Without wasting time, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to open with a word of prayer, and then my brother is already here. Will be here with me. We're going to have this an amazing conversation. All right. Let me raise a word of prayer. God, I thank you for today. I thank you that people are joining us from everywhere. And we're going to talk about Ethiopia. We're going to talk about Africa. We're going to talk about things that are happening right now. But the most thing that we want today, God, from this conversation is to continue to grow, is to continue to understand one another, to continue to build that bridge that will connect us with other people out there, will help us to be where we're supposed to be. So I pray for the wisdom, I pray for the knowledge, I pray for the understanding of the Holy Spirit to be here with us today. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. 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 All right, guys, that wasting time. Let me allow my brother. Let me say this first of all, guys. Share this link, copy this link, share with somebody. All right, this is a very special brother of mine, and you guys, you need to share this link with somebody. We need a lot of people to come here and to listen to what is about to come, so that later on, when you have an opportunity to come and to share, you understand where we're coming from. So what you can do right now, copy this link and share with somebody. Like I see here the comments that we are heartbroken by our government. There are people okay. There are people, there's different feelings out there, right? There's different feelings, and we understand. And that's why it's important for us to have this conversation today. This conversation will help us to move from where we are to another place. Just think like this. It's another perspective, because everybody has a different perspective. You have your perspective, you'll have your time to come, maybe to ask question or to share your opinion, but it's very important for us to have this conversation today. All right, guys, copy this link, share with somebody, please share with somebody, 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 and I'll welcome my brother to come here very soon. Share with somebody, share with somebody. We're gonna have this conversation, and yes, we're gonna get there. Come on, somebody. Come on, somebody. All right, let's do it.
Hey there, guys.
Hey, my brother. What's up? How are you,
How you
man?
doing?
Happy New Year. I
Happy.
haven't seen you this year.
Oh yeah, Happy New Year. Happy 20. Apparently, the New Year resolution of the Swahili nation had been faxed to me through some unknown methods, unknown technologies. So
Okay.
yesterday I was somehow unknowingly was becoming too brutally honest, and
Okay.
and
Yesterday.
they made me know. Oh, you know that you're just fulfilling the one of the New Year resolutions of Swahili nation, which is to be
Oh yeah.
brutally
Mm-hmm.
honest with ourselves,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
and that's it. We don't have any other means. We don't have any other tool, but
Mm-hmm.
our ideas here. We don't have empires to defend.
Mm-hmm.
We don't
Mm-hmm.
have economies to speak of.
Yes.
That our people can say, you know what,
Mm.
we're comfortable in providing what our needs, what we need to meet, and so the one thing we need to have is honesty and authenticity. We need to be
Yes.
authentic to ourselves and authentic to the world. And
Mm.
I can tell you that in today's conversation, as you were praying, I was also uttering the idea that I don't want to be speaking my own ideas. I want to speak the
Mm.
ideas what God would believe should be spoken here, should be shared
Mm.
here with the world. And then I've prayed that at the end of the day, I have been an
Mm.
instrument, a tool
Mm. Mm.
to what God wants us to be. And I don't
Mm.
have I'm not a saintly person. None of us are saintly people, but we are human
Mm.
beings. And then when God wants to talk to other people, it talks to you through other people. So
Yeah.
I hope to be. So I want to be humble as possible. Hopefully, you keep me humble, and hopefully
Mm.
you challenge me sufficiently enough to stay grounded. But
Mm.
I have very strong opinions about what happened or what has transpired over the past few days. But
Mm.
those strong opinions is my own only, my own personal point of view only, uh, as I've seen them, as
Mm.
I've experienced them. And so I just
Mm.
want to lay that down first before we start the conversation.
Yeah. Beautiful, 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 man. I understand that. I've been seeing this. Even me personally, I've been receiving, some comments on things that I post. Different opinions, private messages, and all those stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that we're having this conversation.
Yes.
The brain, with the brain. Who else to have this conversation with? But the brain, you know what I'm
Thank
saying?
you. Thank you. Thank
And
you.
this
Thank
this
you.
is your first
Praise.
this is your
Praise.
first time to actually show your face in
Yes.
2022. So this is
Yeah.
really special.
Yeah.
It's really special for me.
It is. Yeah. So
I was wondering how
praise.
you look like this
All
year.
the praise goes to the one and all Almighty,
Amen.
for for He has endowed us with the tools and the instruments to be able
Yeah.
to interpret the way the world is,
Mm,
not just the way the world is,
mm,
the way the world should
mm,
be too. So
mm,
2022 has been so good for me. I have
mm,
because of you. I have to say this
mm,
because of you. You've managed the sense that you like.
mm,
Okay, I gotta make my life be
mm,
that of purpose and meaning, as opposed
mm,
to just pursuing things. Not just
mm,
pursuing things, but pursuing
mm.
meanings, pursuing purpose.
Yeah.
And to me, because
Mm,
of like you, I've like, no, I can still do it. I can still do it. I can
mm,
still do
mm.
meaningful, purposeful
Yeah.
things. So something I put on ice for a long time, which is
Mm,
I've always wanted to really totally and utterly
mm,
revolutionize education.
mm,
And I feel
mm,
like I can and I should be able to do this, not just by myself,
mm,
but
mm,
be the conduit for it. The
mm.
conduit meaning that other
Yeah.
people of similar sentiments would see that, okay, this is the platform I want to join. So I'm currently in the background, underground, working on slowly but surely on something I put on ice for a couple of years now. So I have this education manifesto I put out about 3 years ago, and that education manifesto needed in its what's called operationalization. Not just I don't want to come in thinking telling to the world, okay, oh, I'm going to come in, oh, your education system is horrible, it needs to be eradicated. No, I'm going to. So that's one thing.
Actually,
The other
mm,
part is, okay, we have this is a way to do it.
mm,
These are the
mm,
ways you could do it. These are methods you could do it. These are the ways you can extricate yourself for an education system that imprisons you, an education
mm,
system that dehumanizes you.
mm,
So then this is the education system that liberates, that humanizes,
mm.
and that allows
Yeah.
you to find a pathway to that total liberation that we all, many billions of people in the world desperately need. So this is something I've
Yeah.
experimented on for 15 years. It's not out of the blue, but I've
Yeah.
felt
Yeah.
like over the past 3 years I needed to find a new kind of energy, new kind of sense of purpose. And I feel like God has to
Yeah.
give you that guidance to say, okay, this is your time right now. So I feel like I'm getting to that stage
Mm.
where, you know what, it's about time. So that has kept me a
Yeah.
little bit away from this platform, but I was also confident that the people I have left here are more than capable, incredibly endowed, and they are uh, they are incredibly powerful enough to inspire me to do something of my own. So I would say
Mm.
so that's what has kept me. But I think with the thing that has transpired over the past few days are the things that keeps a lot of people that confuses a lot of people that says, oh, what's going on? But I can tell you this.
Yeah.
What I can tell you this: Ethiopia has won. Africa has won. We still have many battles to win, but we've made significant changes over the past year, and especially over the past few months. And the work of Swahili nations and many Africans, many Pan Africanists across Africa who came out and said, this is not an Ethiopian war, this is an African war. That has registered in the hearts and mind of the powers that be. Our hearts,
Mm.
our aspirations, our determination to say, you know what, enough is enough. Enough is enough. We don't want to have this anymore. That is registering. That is registering the result. So what you have seen over the past couple of days is Ethiopia trying to say to Americans, okay, we will give you something that will make you feel safe to admit defeat without having
Mm.
to publicly humiliate yourself and admit defeat. That's what Ethiopia has done. What the Ethiopian people who support what we do, what African people who are supposed to do, is that this is not a conclusion of something. This is the beginning of a new chapter.
Mm.
The beginning of a new chapter. It's not the end of a unit or a chapter, or a book, or a narration here. It's the beginning of it. That we are on the right path by standing up for Africa, by saying that Africa has had enough of this. We've had enough of this. That we're not going to stand up to this. That we're going to use whatever advantage that we have at our disposal to make your life hell. Imagine, we forced the European Union to come to an Ethiopian channel and to claim that they are not neo-colonialists. Now, it is maybe hard for some people to get this.
Mm.
When you put somebody in a position of having to say that we are not neo-colonialists, it doesn't matter whether the truth is valid or not. What it matters is that they're having to say they're not what they are. That is it. That's a big deal.
Mm.
This is something we've never heard them say over the past 50, 60, 100 years. That we are on the cusp of continuing. So we are taking away. So like the saying goes, you can't eat an elephant with one bite. We are taking a bite of it, and one bite is that. So I will make this request since I'm talking about European Union. I saw an ad that the European Union
Mm.
has placed on Ethiopian media, where they
Mm.
were fighting very hard. Imagine European Union paying Ethiopian television to say that
Mm.
EU is not against Africa. EU is not against Ethiopia. EU is here
Mm.
to be a partner, a collaborator, and on equal level with you, the African people. Having to make those claims now, having to really make like this is something they don't want to do. None
Yeah.
of the people don't want to do that. So we have gotten
Mm.
that. And then you get this news yesterday that says, you know, like, I was seeing somewhere that Belkin was like, oh, why aren't you talking to the Ethiopian leader directly? So, okay. So sorry, I just saw your text message. So why are you talking to directly the Abiy? And I'm like, Abiy is not picking up my call. Abiy is not picking up my call. An African leader is not picking up the call of the Secretary of State of America. And yet, what happened yesterday? The leader of a country picked up the call and called the leader of another African country. The nature of the conversation on it. But I can guarantee you this. That call, the probably 15, 20, 30-minute call, took hours and hours and hours of backroom discussions. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then they probably, the Americans, they have a saying, what is the ask here? They probably had an ask. We got to ask something. We got to get something here from this conversation. And look at what they got. They got the release of opposition figures who have been, we know they've been actively involved in some kind of one form of chaos, another form of chaos. They are responsible for all sort of death and destructions. They got the release, but not amnesty. I guarantee you they asked for amnesty and they didn't get amnesty.
Do you think that might have been the demand of the US to release them?
Not demand. The demand is not the release. I guarantee you the demand is not the release. Americans will ask. So I took a negotiation course in here when I was studying my MBA. Okay, you always ask the thing that the other side doesn't want to give you. They always ask the thing that I guarantee you they ask the thing that Ethiopia was not going to give them, which is amnesty. Amnesty would mean that these guys, whatever prosecution case has been built, will just be wiped clean. So if they come back again to do something to the same level of destruction, to the same level of atrocity, to the same level of terror that they've done, for which they are now being prosecuted, they haven't been found guilty. Nobody has been pardoned here. Nobody has been given amnesty. 2 levels. Amnesty covers when you have been prosecuted, not yet. So the government, the prosecutors have evidence of this. The court is looking at the case. The highest level is pardon. That means you've been found guilty. Now you've been given pardon. The next level is amnesty, which is that you are currently potentially prosecutable, either a home or not. So you've done some criminal offense, and there's evidence. Either you've been red-handed, caught red-handed or not, but some evidence. That amnesty means we are wiping clean off the slate for you. These people that have been released, which then probably Americans have asked for it, and the reason they asked for it, I guarantee you, is to save their own face. It's not a hard thing for Ethiopia to do. The only thing that's been hard is for those people who heard it. For Ethiopia, it's not that hard because these people are not free because they're no longer prosecutable, or the evidence that has been compiled is no longer usable. It can always be restarted at any moment if this thing goes any other directions than it is right now. It's right now on a course to continue resolution. If this thing goes sideways, this thing can be restarted at any moment. And when you restart it, whatever evidence that you've used to begin the prosecution to begin with is still there. It's not been wiped clean in the form of amnesty. So in the case of Ethiopia, it's supposed to be an easy thing. The only thing that's difficult is the specter of politics here. Justice has not been postponed here. Justice will come in its due course. The justice that is required to make sure whatever peace we're going to end at the end is going to come. These people are not off the hook. that hook is still waiting for them, and then it can always be hung on them at any time, at any moment. And that to me, by giving Ethiopia by giving that to America, we just make America feels like say that we commend you for releasing political these things, pretending as if that's something they've been asking, so that they can pretend that they've been asking that, and then they got that, and then they can save their like they can claim a slight amount of win. But in return, you know what we get in return? In return, we are on course of extricating these powers, the Europe, the Americans, maybe I don't know about the Egyptians. The Egyptians will never come around. Hopefully they will come around, but the Americans and the Europeans supporting TPLF through the United Nations to carry out their own, influence campaign. They were in the big influence campaign. I've always said this before. I've said this before in the past. When we look at the conflict was between Ethiopia and Africa on one side, and then they have their supporters, China, Russia, and maybe Turkey. Okay? And then TPLF, Egypt, Israel, maybe to some extent, the Europeans and Americans on the other side. And their tools of execution on the ground, their operators on the ground, TPLF, number one. United Nations was the facilitator, the bridge between them. The United Nations apparatus was used because UN is all filled with all these European and American instruments, so it can always be used and manipulated and then utilized for use, and that's what is being used. UN has been used. Is used in Congo right now. Is used in Somalia right now. Is used in Central African Republic right now. Is used in so many places around the world. We know that. So what has happened was, in order to resolve the war, in order to end the war, okay, you're not necessarily only defeating their operators on the ground. You have to really put in place, them in their place, those who support them. They are part of the conflict. They are not neutral negotiators. I've never seen America neutral here. So people say, oh, let's ask America, why don't you reconsider your policy? They were executing their policy. They were carrying out their policy. Their policy was Tigray and TPLF was a weakness, a vulnerability in Ethiopia. Let's use this vulnerability. Let's squeeze it. Let's touch it. Let's poke at it, so that we can get Ethiopians to do the things we want them to do. What are the things that they wanted Ethiopia to do? They wanted Ethiopia to stop the dam. The dam, beside what it is literally represents, it has literal representation in it. It's the 6,000 megawatt blah blah, has all this figurative representation, which is the beginning of the liberation, the economic liberation of Ethiopia. Ethiopia beginning to produce its enough energy in order to be able to power itself, to create jobs that will transform Ethiopia, and that will make Ethiopia much more compelling, much more powerful. And that they would not want that. That is something that is going to, because then if Ethiopia will become an example to the rest of Africa, and the rest of Africa will take a cue from that, and even there's a lot of other African countries are already doing a lot of what they do. Like I know Tanzania was doing that. Okay? But imagine the confidence Tanzania will have to continue to even believe in what they've done so far. I know the Congolese are beginning to resolve the issues right now. Imagine the confidence they will have in figuring that out. Imagine with the confidence Somalia will have if Ethiopia begins to resolve and becomes not just its own entity, but an economic, political, and social hub, a vibrant hub where ideas, creativity, and imaginations can thrive, where young people can begin to say, you know what, I am in charge of my own destiny. That is, if you follow that line of thinking, you are going in the territories of, hey, the things that we can get at cheap, at no bargain, now we have to bargain for higher price. that the prices are going to go up. You've shown this video before. You talked about this before, and economists, the Harvard economists who talked about this, and I don't want to repeat that, but I think people here in Swahili Nation will know that you've covered that before. And the fundamental economic transformation and change that Ethiopia is on course to achieving was not something that they were just going to accept without having a part in it, without having a share in it. So what we have managed to do is extricate the TPLF here, and those who give political cover, military cover, whatever cover, propaganda cover, all sort of covering the atrocities. They see the atrocities, but they pretend it doesn't exist. That is now what is broken right now. Once you break that up, then it will just be a conflict between two brothers, between two sisters. Then we can have a dialogue with the people of Tigray. I say with the people of Tigray. I don't say just the TPLF. With the people of Tigray, and then we can find a way to peacefully extricate the people of Tigray from the stranglehold of this leash that's attached to the people of Tigray. That becomes much simpler to accomplish when you take the actors, the major actors, the ones that are difficult to defeat, which is America, the ones that are difficult to defeat, which is EU, and which is also Egypt. Once you manage to extricate that, then what you're left with a manageable conflict, a conversation. To me, let me get. I'm gonna dare this. I'm gonna be brutally honest. I'm not gonna be lying to you. I would be willing to go as far as having to negotiate with TPLF. The nature of negotiation, I will tell you separately. But I will sit down to converse with them. If it allows me the ability as a leader of a country to extricate the people of Tigray from it. As a hostage negotiator, as a negotiator with a hostage taker, I will negotiate with that is holding a group of communities hostage. Because they are suffering their pain, the consequence and the cost they're bearing, whether they are aware of it, whether they are conscious of it, whether they have been hypnotized to it, it doesn't matter to me. They are my brothers, they are my sisters. Even TPLF that has taken up, they came out of my own blood and my own bones. I am willing to go that far. But Abiy didn't go that far. It didn't have to go that far to achieve that. All he had to do was give them something meaningless. Meaningless in the sense that they don't have material effect on a war. The only reason these people will have material effect on the war is because there are people in Ethiopia right now who feel like they cannot support Abiy anymore. That's the only time they will have a material effect. So if you are here listening to me, don't be an instrument of helping TPLF win through the back door. You don't be the door that opens that way. TPLF, when I say TPLF, I don't mean Tigray. When I say TPLF, I mean the elite, those with the flawed judgment, that they can actually rely on foreign power to dictate the terms and the conditions that the rest of Ethiopia must accept. We need to find a way to extricate. As a leader of a country of Ethiopia, and I said this yesterday, the tools, the instruments that Abiy has is the brain, the heart, the spirit, and God. Your enemies, they have all the earthly powers. I guarantee you, if Netherlands were to attack Ethiopia, we don't have enough resources. Netherlands, the country called Netherlands, has more resources for the defense than Ethiopia has. Ethiopia doesn't have no more than 500, maybe the publicly released data is $500 million of budget for the defense. Let's say that some of them are top secret and either the plus or minus, it won't be more than $2 billion. Netherlands spends $12 billion on defense alone. Go on Google it. $12 billion alone on defense. The entire budget of Ethiopia, the entire government budget of Ethiopia is 11 or $12 billion. The entire. It's for education, it's for infrastructure, it's for fighting the wars that's fighting right now. It is for the subsidizing your fuel on the cars. Mm-hmm. It is for subsidizing the food to make food as cheap as possible. So the resources, when you're talking about material resource, we don't have it to be able to fight it. The only way we are winning this battle is because we have the upper hand in terms of what we want to achieve. What we want to achieve is a just world, a right world. And in the context of that, Abiy and his team are finessing a win for you. They are finessing a win for you. And the win is that America and the European Union are beginning to dissociate themselves. Now, the war is not over yet. It's not done yet. They can always find a way to another, what they call it, Americans, they call it the exit ramp. They always think about, like, is there a way to go back to the old method? But it looks like it's not. But let's not give them any exit ramp right now. Ethiopians are now divided. Now let's bring back the old method. No, let's not do that. So, so I don't know if I've made the things as clear as I can. I tried to make it as clear as possible.
Yes.
Ask me the questions.
Yes, I have a question to that. I have a question to that. So my first question is this: that what do you think America is getting from this, from what is going on right now? Of course, the first, the release, right? And then the second, the conversation, because I don't know the details of the conversation. I think we don't really know, but we just see the little bit summary of, of what has been spoken. So what do you think they're getting out of this? And second question is, so this situation, all these things that has happened couple days, in my opinion, I can see, like you can see even here in the comment section, I sort of like created some sort of like another division, which I don't like. Another division in the sense that there are people who are, highly disappointed, as we said, and there are people who support, like they see the way you see it right now. I'm afraid that, we are having, as you said, we are having another different division in this one group of people that they came together to say no more. But now it seems like people, they might be even asking, do we really need to stand even with no more? Because we can see right now we are reconciling, which is a good thing, to reconcile with somebody. But you get my point. Like there are people who are disappointed. There are people who they're kind of like, no, I mean, okay, I'm not okay with this. I don't like the way he's doing it. No, I'm not okay. So you have within the same place right now, instead of having two different groups, like people from, you have people who support TPLF and government, but now you have three different groups because these two people who they were supporting, government, they kind of like divided at the same time. Divided at the people. So for that, I would love to know how can we also, reconcile in this situation.
The first one is that the only thing that this was done for is to provide America a way to an exit ramp to America from what it was. We needed to make sure that America was no longer part of the conflict on the one side.
Okay.
We needed to make sure America is on the right side, not on the wrong side. Even if it's not on the Ethiopian side, at least it should not be on the other side. What exasperates and sustains conflict, if you look at across the world, is when outsiders come in and then pitching in. So what would be considered something that would not be a slap between each other or a boxing match between each other would turn into this really like, I want to kill you, strangle you to strangle you. That's what they would elevate it to. Now what we have done is that we're beginning to quite now. I will not say we have completed the work here, but I will say we're beginning to quash that. So we are in the process of questioning that part of the variable. So what America gets is that they get to get out of that scene that is not getting them anything. America is losing left and right. They're losing Africa. They're losing Ethiopia. They're losing you to who? To China, to Turkey, to India, to all these other powers. And this is a strategic loss for America. At the beginning, you have to ask yourself, at the beginning of the Feldman's assignment, was this the outcome? Is it at this stage of the process? Was this the outcome they were looking to achieve? An Ethiopia that is even more confident, that's even more cocky, that's even making more demands and more claims. Is that what they were asking for? Or were they asking for sustaining and maintaining a very small-minded Ethiopia? So like this guy had 1 year. Their envoy had 1 year. That he had 1 year, and his term is ended early. His term is ending early. And if you look at many envoys in the past, they stay on for many years. They stay on for many years. What he has done through his really like poor understanding of the scenario, what he has done is by trying to force the reality to fit into their narrative when the reality is not going in that directions. The reality is going in a different directions. The reality of Africa is changing in a different directions. By trying to force it, what he has done is that they have not been able to understand the true context of the conflict, the true nature of the conflict, and instead what they try to do is that, let's take advantage of it. That's what they did. They took advantage of it. Let's try to get what we want out of it. But what happened at the end of the 9 months of this back and forth diplomatic shuttle is that America has not gotten what it wanted at the beginning of it. Whatever goal they set, I guarantee you they're not getting it. Is there anybody who says America has gotten what it wants? Has America gotten what it wants? They wanted to control the Red Sea. They wanted to get rid of China from the area. Has they gotten that? What has happened over the course of it? The opposite has happened. So would you say the person you sent has been successful at achieving American strategic objectives? No. So what do? America says, you're not competent enough to do that. Instead of strengthening and shoring up American interests, we are now in a position where we have to communicate, having to have a conversation with a core in Africa and having to really explain ourselves, we're not colonialists anymore. We're not imperialists. We're not coming to exploit you. We are having to do that instead of having to say, hey, we got you this, we're going to give you this much money, you're going to go do this for us. Instead of having to continue to have that power they used to have, whatever power they have now is beginning to diminish. America's mobility inside Africa is beginning to diminish. French ability inside Africa is beginning to diminish. EU's ability inside Africa is beginning to diminish as a result of what they've done over the past year. So that's the loss. So when Abiy is talking about victory, I'm not going to speak for him, but my understanding of victory, he's not talking about victory against TPLF. He's talking about victory against those people who support TPLF. That means they are backing away. If they are not pursuing the same policy anymore. And what are the signals for us? We are not insiders. You're not insider. I'm not an insider. But we have to read the signals very well. But the signal is that the guy that you sent to Ethiopia on his last trip, okay, he knew it was his last trip. But on his way to his last trip, they leaked information that he's his last trip. He didn't even get to say that he was his last trip. Somebody else inside the State Department leaked the information to the media to embarrass him, to say that we're washing our hand off this guy. All the faults of if America has lost something over the past year is because of this envoy. That's what they're doing right now. They are blaming Feldman for it. And in the last-ditch effort to save something out of whatever fiasco that has been created, they've been talking behind us, and I guarantee that conversation with It will never happen like it. It was not just me and you. You remember, like I just had a 5-minute call before this meeting. It's not going to be like that. We would have had conversations at different levels of the power. Some analysts having the conversations, intelligence officers having a conversation, military people having conversations, blah 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 blah, blah and then reaches to the top, the highest conversation. And that final, think of it as signature. Yes, it's like a signature ceremony between two leaders, and that has so what I'm telling you, what America has gotten is ability to exit out of a failing system, a failing policy they had with Ethiopia and Africa. That is what they exit. Now, still, there's still something to be seen, but I'm not gonna make a claim. Okay, I'm not gonna claim that has concluded, but we are, I would say we are in chapter 1 of that process. The chapter 1 of that process is how do we exit? Exit. So we are on the wrong highway. You have to take an exit now, and this is the exit ramp. As they exit and the exit ramp, Ethiopia is giving them what they call a medicine. The prime minister called it a medicine they have to swallow that is painful for Ethiopia, a painful one, but it's a medicine. It's a medicine you have to swallow because of victory. Victory of what? Not against TPLF. No. We were having a war not just with TPLF. So against all the warring factions on the other side, we've divided them. We've broken them up into parts, into manageable parts. Now TPLF is the manageable part. So the number of details will come out. Some of it will be like not just political cover. They will not get propaganda. They will not get CIA intelligence, blah blah. Those things will probably be the behind the scenes discussions. I'm sure that's going to be the case. That's one. So that's what has happened. So for Ethiopia is the fiasco and the cries and the thing that you see right now. That's what we are experiencing because we have taken that medicine. For America, they get to stop. They get to have an exit from a policy. By exiting that policy, now we can manage the conflict much easier. That's one. So the second part of the question I want to answer quickly is that if I understand it correctly, how do we get back to unity? How do we get back to unity? Okay, the way to get back to unity is simple. I painted a context for you. This lowly, humble, avid reader, an avid interpreter, avid, analyzer. I like to analyze. I like to read. I like to follow. I like to just try to see the dots that don't, the connection between different dots. Okay, it's based on my reading of things, based on my, and then I'm not an expert. I'm not deeply immersed in foreign policy or anything, but since I was a child, I've always read, I've always studied, I've always looked at things from all possible angles, and all possible angles I've seen has allowed me to appreciate the nature of the decision, the context within which the decision has been made. This context I've just painted for you earlier. I've talked to you earlier. So the earlier conversation I have is part of the context, but you have to build your own context. You have to read, study, and challenge yourself. Challenge yourself to really, truly interrogate. Now, this is not going to convince everybody, but it's going to convince enough people to say, you know what? Let me take a poll here. Let me read between the lines. Let me read between the lines. Let me see behind the obvious. Let me try to decipher the codes, the coded words, and see and arrive at this idea that even if I'm wrong in my analysis, by coming out and telling you this, I'm forcing the course of history to go in that direction. I'm forcing Abiy and his team, and you will be forcing Abiy's team. If this is the reason why you've made this choice, then I'm going to hold you accountable to this very reason. I'm going to come back to it. I'm going to look at it and judge you on it. I'm going to make sure the chapter you started goes to the next chapter. It doesn't end here. You don't sit on your laurels and feel like, oh, I'm done with this work now. The war has been won. No. This journey is just beginning. But it's going to be a different journey from the one we followed over the past 9 months, over the past year, over the past 3 years. It's going to be a different path. That new path, make sure you are committed to it. So by giving you, even if we are wrong, and then we understand it the way I'm understanding, if you understand it the way I understand it, what it would allow you to do is to use that as a barometer. Now we're setting a barometer. That's a new measurement. This is now how we measure Abiy and his government. If they tell us we have won, we did this because we won. And the win is getting the Americans to move away from having to support insurgency. That is causing so much pain and suffering in Africa. That's causing so much pain and suffering in Ethiopia. If that is the win that we're talking about, make sure that win is sustained. That's it. The other parts of that would allow you to do is we know that amnesty has not been given. But make sure Abiy and his team know you're watching this like a hawk. You're watching these people like a hawk. That you are okay, let's take your word for it. We'll take your word for it. We have a little bit of doubts, but we'll take your word for it. But because you have not given amnesty, which is a good thing for us, that any time that it's time for justice, when the time comes for justice, and justice has to be served, and these people have to be held accountable. Whatever you pause, can just press play. Pause, play. Or you have not rewinded anything. We are just pausing. So the second part is watching them. That's a new bar we set. Watching these people, and if we sit down and everything, the other part that we have to begin to think about how to end the war. Not just with those. So we begin to end the war with the outsiders. We've accomplished a number of wins, but the much more serious issue is the home. That home one, how do we win a war without further shedding any more bloods on the ground? Because children, mothers, fathers, whether they have accepted the TPLF narrative or not, it does not matter. They are citizens of my country. They are my citizens. They are my brothers and they are my sisters. I have to find a way to extricate them. Extricate. Safely and nicely extricate without further bloodshed. Unnecessary. I would say unnecessary further bloodshed by any side. How do we do that? That is the area that we need to begin to demand your leaders to begin to think about. You want them to really think hard about it. You want them to really explore all possible avenues, and find a way to extricate the people of Tigray from this stranglehold I call a leash on them, sucking their blood, sucking the blood of Ethiopians, sucking the blood of Tigrayans, sucking them dry, keeping them on hunger. I get somebody harass me, a close brother of mine. He harassed me on Twitter. Okay, he always harass me, and he adds you to that sometimes. I don't say anything. You notice I say nothing to him.
I have a lot of people like that. Yeah, that's
I don't
good.
say anything to him because he's my brother. He's my brother.
Oh, he's your brother, like a real brother?
He is my brother.
Oh, I didn't know.
He is my brother.
Wow.
Okay,
Man, that's hard. That's tough.
he is my brother. We grew up together. We've known each other so well. I was at his wedding in Madrid.
Wow.
I love him to death. I love him to death. We've had a conversation before. I try to share perspective. But I've stopped it.
Mm. Mm.
I've stopped it. I've stopped answering, responding to people,
Yeah.
to the other side from the TPLF side, Tigray side. I've stopped answering.
Mm. Mm.
You know why?
Mm.
It's not because I agree or disagree. It's because
Yeah.
my fight was with those who are fooling it, not with them.
Mm.
I want to resolve my problem with my friend, with my brother, in peace,
Mm.
outside the interference of all of these things. I know he comes from deep, deep, deep frustration. Deep
Mm.
frustration that there are people, there are families, there are relatives that are in Tigray. And then, of course, he blames Abiy for it.
No.
But I'm not going to try to convince him Abiy is not responsible.
Mm.
I'm not going to try to convince him. That's not like, but what I can tell you is, how do I extricate my friend, my brother, from this stranglehold the TPLF has on him? Intellectual stranglehold, emotional stranglehold, spiritual stranglehold, and most of all, physical stranglehold, preventing the people of Tigray from getting the food they need, the medicine they need. That's what they're doing because they need it more than Abiy needs it.
Mm.
They need Tigray to be hungry more than the rest of Ethiopia wants to be the case. So we as Ethiopians need to begin to think about how do we have conversation with our fellow brothers and sisters?
Mm.
Is it by trying to say your point is here and this point is here and the point is here, point here, or by saying, you know what, we have love, we have relationships, yeah,
Yeah.
we have disagreements, but we have relationships, we are neighbors, okay? So I'm gonna find a way to figure this out. I don't have yet figured out what way that is, but I want to hold my government to focus. I want my government to focus on that.
Mm.
I don't want my government to focus on my ego,
Mm.
because I know it's a fact. Don't debate the fact here. The fact is that Sabat Naga, which yesterday I talked about meeting him one time in person, and didn't know who he was. Didn't know he was a very powerful person. But I questioned him. I didn't let him go. He tried to push me like this, hey, who are you? Hey, who are-" He tried, like, we met at Hilton. Like, I had these three students, two of my former students. They knew him. I was not as politically versed on Ethiopia, who's who. But what we knew was that there was these occasions, and we're allowed to bring in a number of students so they can mingle with future leaders. Bill Gates was there, Arkabel Kuwai was there, a number of powerful people were there.
Mm.
And then the students were picking, okay, Mister, can you go and talk to this person? Can you go and talk to him? And I met this guy.
Mm.
I left unimpressed. I left. This is a guy he was with. Outdated. I left. This guy is in the 1960s. And then the student was like, did you know that guy was the founder of this? Do you know this guy is so powerful? The way you were talking to him, he was like, I'm like, well, so who cares? The thing that scared the bejesus out of me is God. Nothing scares me on this planet.
Yeah.
Nothing really scares me on this planet.
Yeah.
Nothing. When I say that to you, it's because it's always been like that. And I've shared my history with you.
Yeah.
It is the reason for it. There's that history of me as born of no parents, abandoned 12 days after birth somewhere in the street of Addis. That has given me so much confidence that only God is the thing I'm scared of. Because only Him is the one that has plucked me out of nothing, brought me to something. And everybody else is just a messenger and a tool of God along the way of my life. And I appreciate them for that. But God is the one. So, anyways, back to the point. This guy is a fact I'm talking about. The fact people need to keep in mind. These guys have not been given amnesty. pause is all that has taken place. A
Mm.
pause is such an easy thing to play back. So all of these things I've told you should give you a pause to make you think, okay, I'm still not swallowing what Israel is saying. Fine, don't
Mm.
swallow everything.
Mm.
At least challenge yourself to build a context bigger than just the issue. The issue is inside the context.
Mm.
There's an issue, that's a dot, but it's inside of a big context.
Mm.
Try to fill in that context as much as you can. And in that context, realize that the number of things have dramatically shifted away from what we've
Mm.
known over the past 8 months, 9 months.
Right.
That's important. Thank you.
All right, I really appreciate. We have one more hour, and I want to invite people to come. I'll bring one person at a time. If you have a direct question to Ezra, please you can ask, or if you have a point that you want to raise or you want to say, also you can do that. But I'll let you go after you do that, so that I may invite somebody else just to manage time. We have
Feel
right
free
now,
to interrogate me. I'm willing to be interrogated. The more you
yeah.
interrogate me, the better my point will be.
Yeah, we have I will say this again, we have 58 minutes right now, 57 pretty much, so that's
Okay.
how long we're gonna stay here.
Okay.
I know Kuru, he will be pretty much the first. I know he's here already to come. The first thing you can do, maybe you can if you have a question to Ezra, you can do that, or if you want to answer the question, where do you think Ethiopia is at right now, you can do that. And what can Africa learn, you can do that. And let's try to manage time so that we may have as many people as we can,
As you
and they
invite
can raise them.
somebody, let me hit a little bit of the Africa context. Okay.
Mm.
As you invite,
Okay.
you go ahead and invite. But
We
the
have Kuru
Africa,
here already.
this is Africa element. The Africa element is this. Okay.
Mm.
We are not reversing to old ways. There is no reverse to old ways. This
Mm.
is a new path. This is a new path for Africa. We have a lot of work ahead of us. I guarantee
Mm.
you there's so much work to do. But that's a new path. That what a lot of people are going to look at is, hey, Abiy has managed to force America to have a conversation with him on equal terms. That's a lot of Africans thinking that way. Like, oh, they're about to overthrow Abiy. But that's the concept. But another thing that we need to be careful of is that we don't become an instrument of division that will allow them to reverse back to old ways. We This division that we have with each other is gonna bring back the old ways. So make sure that you people that really work on the context part, work hard on the context part, so that you realize, okay, I have issues here, but I'm still sticking to the unity component. Okay, I have a lot of issues. At least land there. That's the minimum where you want to land, so that we can continue to make sure. One, we're going to continue to say, Abi, you think we're going to let you off the hook? We're not going to go let you off the hook. That is the thing. America, we're not going to let you off the hook. We just started. We're not finished. That's important. That's the Africa element for you. A little bit of that. Thank you.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Thank you for that. Thank you. By the way, thank you so much for laying foundation and everything you shared. I appreciate for speaking your mind, speaking your heart, and for being brutally honest with us. I appreciate
Thank you.
that. Okay, my brother Kuru, welcome, brother. What do you have to say?
What up, guys? How you doing?
All right, good.
It is fine. It is fine.
It's all right, man. Hi.
Cool.
እንኳን አብሮ ደስ ያለን.
And Con Abra the 7. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. The good thing is like we have two festivals, right? So
Yes.
we have Christmas and we also have Epiphany. So to yeah, just to soften things a little bit.
Yes.
I
Yes.
had to
Yeah.
certain things. Yeah,
So
I get
Ezra,
it.
Yes.
yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm just waiting to see what's going to happen next, because yeah, this issue really got like the whole country really talking, you know. So it's a very sensitive issue at this point, and yeah, the one thing we need to be careful is that we really don't want like division. You know, that's something that we need to be really careful because I mean, this thing is really close. You know, because uh, we're seeing what we're witnessing is something that is going in that direction. So we need to be careful about that. But on another note, I mean, like when I really think of it, you know, how do you you know this move that the that has been taken by the government, right? So how do you see the other nations like China, right? Like our allies, right? And those who are standing with us through through all this chaos that we've been experiencing, right? So, like, how do you see that they were going to take this? You know, that's the one question because you know this is like a poker game.
Yep, it is.
This is how I see it. So sometimes you lose and sometimes you win, right?
Yes.
So I think I think our prime minister has really thrown the dice, and then we'll see how it's going to land. So that's just one situation. And then you think like so you I'm from what for what you from what you were saying what I'm getting is like okay so we are making or we actually just kind of force it maybe not force it but uh, uh yeah God, not force it but anyways make America to really think about this her stance against Ethiopia so that's just what you're suggesting right so um Ezra, I was just saying the same thing on the comment section. It's like, do you think that they're gonna let us off the hook just like that? I don't think
No,
so.
no,
America never. They never
no.
did. Never for any country. They never
They
did.
do. They never. They never.
Yeah.
But
So I mean, yeah. I mean, what leverage that we have? What is the leverage that we have? You know. So I mean, that's just something that I really am really confused about.
yeah.
And to be honest with you, maybe there
I
are.
think,
Yeah,
Guru,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Guru,
Yeah.
you're making very important, a number of important points. I would love us to address one at a time because they are so
Yeah. Okay.
important.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of people waiting right now here in the
So,
section.
so,
So let's keep the time as well. I'll give
quickly,
you.
Sure.
Yeah,
quickly,
Okay.
the
yeah.
Just
first part is
this
how
one.
do we deal with our partners that have stood with us, right? But what
Mm,
you have to understand, the reason they stood with us is not because it's something that they've already gotten. They stood with us, I believe. This is my point of view. Okay, it's based on my reading of it. My reading of it is Ethiopia has made a case, a powerful, powerful case to every country, every major power country. And let's think of them as two in the category of two, the east and west, and somewhere in the middle. And then they've made a powerful case. That powerful case is economics. That powerful case is political. That powerful case is social. Those like a number of those issues, because like you see it in the way the dam is. You see it in the way Ethiopia has made a number of reforms and changes from politics to economics to these things over the past 3 years, and those are a pivot, major pivot on the part of Ethiopia. But in order to achieve those major goals, the economic goals, for example, the Belt and Road Initiative, China
mm.
desperately needs Ethiopia to have the Belt and Road Initiative. But what
And East
America,
Africa.
what Ethiopia has been saying is that yes, we want to have the Belt and Road Initiative, but not at the expense of Americans' relation or European relation.
Mm.
What the problem was, the Americans not wanting to have a seat on the table with four other people in there. They want the room cleared off. That's what they wanted.
Mm.
And the Chinese were they will come around to be fine with it as long as Ethiopians make the case that this Ethiopia's foreign policy is about the Ethiopian national interest. Ethiopia's national interests are in economics. We have 80 million young people, 80 million people that are under the age of 30. We have an economy that only supports 10 to 20 million people. So we need to accelerate growth. In order to accelerate growth, you need energy. In order, you need infrastructure. You need new type of education. You need new type of technology. You need to innovate, create so much to create. But it's so much that Ethiopia would need ports, not just Djibouti port. So Djibouti port is enough for an economy the size of 100 billion. Okay, but
It's a
for
lot
economy
in
the size of,
Somaliland.
All
sorry,
right.
so the economy the size of half a trillion and a trillion. That. Imagine Ethiopia in the next 10 years reaching that. The ports in Djibouti, the port in Massawa, Asab, the port in Somalia, the port in Kenya will not be enough. And then, mind you, it's not just Ethiopia economy that's going to grow. Not just Ethiopia social political power is going to grow. It's with it grows South Sudan, Sudan, Eritrea, Djibouti, Kenya. That new imperative, okay, you need partners coming to you. Okay, you need partners coming to you. And then when those partners come in, you want them to be on your own terms, not on their terms, not on your own terms. And then why would Eritrea be the last country to sign on Belt and Road Initiative after many, many, many years of not signing up for it? Why? Why would Eritrea abandon that its system of like self-reliance and begin to say, you know what, let's integrate with the world economy? Why? I think like to connect Asab and Eritrea, I mean Asmara and Asab, or Asmara and Misawa, is to connect, to integrate entire regional. And that's the last piece in the puzzle. So what we need to Ethiopia need to make sure to reassure those things are going on, but we're just going to add the American investment to it. We're just going to add the European investment to it. And more than that, what Ethiopia has, we're talking about all of this, the Africa component. The biggest investors are the Africans.
I will stop you there.
Yeah.
So I will stop you there because I'm giving 5 minutes to everybody to ask question and to be answered within 5 minutes.
Okay.
But Kuru, we already used 7 minutes. I'm sorry because I didn't mention that at the beginning. So I'll let you go for now, but you can still be there if we have enough time left. I can bring you back. All right?
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry, brother. So guys, if you see me adding someone here, it means your time is done. We have brother Reach here. If you have any question to Ezra, you can do that. You got 5 minutes. Or if you have anything to share, you can also do that within that time. And I'll start counting when you start to talk after greetings.
No problem. I have my timer on as well, brother. No problem.
That's good. That's good.
Ezra, it's good to see you again, man. Your points, man, are so solid, brother. I still have to talk to you about a lot of things. But anyway, before I start, I want to tell my virgin all over the world, the African virgin, I want to tell you guys, keep your energy up, man. Keep your energy up because this will be a long war. This is going to be a long, long war. This is not, I think that a lot of us getting frustrated because we rightfully so we are frustrated. You know what I mean? Because we've been to this for a long time, too long, man. And every time we think about our people, I see our people in Africa, it's just war and it's hunger and it's so frustrating, man. And then you have people imposing things upon us on top of what we have to deal with already. So it's a long war. So don't give up. Keep your energy up. It's a war on all 9 fronts. This is not just a bloody war. This is a media war, education war. This is an institutionalized war we're involved in here. So don't get frustrated. So the first thing is that's why I wanted to tell you guys the first thing. Don't forget that. Also, I want to tell you guys, remember that the media is not for us. They're not really for us. They allow what kind of messages they want to be sent to their medias, right? Because they know that we don't have as much media power as them. So they use that as manipulation. If we can go back to what the FBI did when Malcolm X was alive, don't forget that they were sending messages and letters to Malcolm X saying that it was Elijah Muhammad, which was the leader of the Nation of Islam. So these are COINTELPRO stuff they're dealing with here. I believe that what they're doing right now too, they're gonna use this opportunity to make us look at Abiy in this bad light. You know what I mean? Because all of us were saying no more, and backing up Abiy, right? And then now we see Abiy release some big TPLF leaders, right? So now they want us to look at Abiy as if like Abiy is some kind of like he's not for us now. So they want us to turn against him, but we shouldn't turn against him, because what we do, if we turn against him, we are opening up opportunity for them to come in now and do whatever they want. So even if he looks bad in certain lights right now, we shouldn't turn against him. We should continue the normal movement. This is a monster that's showing its ugly head in different places in Africa. It's showing the ugly head in Ethiopia right now, but it's also showing the French is also showing the ugly head in Mali right now. But they're doing a different type of war in Mali right now. Right now, the French know that they're weak. So what they're doing is that they're using the ECOWAS to Ghana and those places in order to sanction Mali, in order now to make the people there suffer. But the people in Mali has the full force of, the government that took over in Mali have the full force of their people behind them. So why would they want to sanction them like that? When they know that the people agree with the government that's in Mali right now taking over. I wanted to ask Ezra, I'll talk to you behind the scenes as well, because I have your digits, but I wanted to also ask you, like, since you are you seem like you know a lot about the psychological warfare that's going on, because this is a serious psychological warfare we are involved in as well. These people have a lot of power. How do you think that we can manage to keep our energy up while we're looking at all of this from the other side of the world? I think I'll leave it at there, because I'm at 4 minutes and 32 seconds.
Yes, that gives me a little bit
1 minute.
But I think that thank you, Rich. I think you just reinforce powerful points here that needed to be reinforced. That even if you don't agree with Abiy, you should always be supporting Abiy. But I guarantee you of this. The people the person they are dealing with, it's not the person, by the way. It looks like it's a person. Ethiopia has teams. Abiy has teams. They are fighting in units, not in. And he's the tip of the spear. He would not have managed to have done this if it was they've been every step of the way over the past conflict, be it on the water stuff they tried to bring out the UN Security Council, and the way they act, like the tactical moves they made to bring in the energy and water minister instead of a foreign minister, and to say that there. So you're telling us to stop a building of a dam that has been built by poor mothers who have taken from their purse the last pennies they have to build it. That is another issue. So what I'm trying to tell you is that, like, Abiy, whether he has this wide public support or not, he's gonna get it done. Because people misunderstand the pressure on Abiy. The biggest pressure on Abiy, not just Abiy. When I say Abiy, it's because he's a placeholder of where it is, or any leader. I always say this: you want to run away from leadership in Ethiopia, not go after it. And I've told you this before. The context here: when Netherlands has $12 billion to run defense, Ethiopia has $11 billion to run education, subsidies, all services, build the dams, fight the wars. That's in order so they have to have leaders that are optimizing the tiniest and the littlest opening they have. We just need this tiny openings to win. And then he has a vision. He only had to have a vision to do it. You only have to have the substance to do it. As he was announcing this, he was opening up a defense, new defense building. Go and check it out. Okay, yes, symbolic. It is symbolic. Symbolic is powerful. Image is powerful. And I think Rich has told us, psychological warfare. The only person whose psychology you should be worried whether it's going to be disturbed or not is the leadership. Abiy and his team. But they are not. They're not going to be bothered by this. It's only going to just slow them down. Because they're committed. Because the pressure of 120 million people and sustained and unbroken poverty, that pressure, the demographic pressure is much, 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 much worse, much more compelling, much more scary than any power in the world. Any power in the world has no power. The European Union has no power. They have $5 billion, nothing. The $5 billion it will give into Ethiopia is nothing. If we lose it, it will have no impact on the economy. But if it loses the course of change for the economy, the society, the politics, the economy, and the technology, if it loses that track, that is the thing. So as long as that is the case, we're good enough. That's how this. So those of us outside, those of us who have the ability to, so the final answer to reach the intellectual ability, the intellectual rigor, to see past all this noise, all this cloud, and be able to see the cloud even when the cloud is hidden, to be able to see the sky even when the cloud has covered it, to be able to see it, not only imagine it, see it, the one that you can see. Those of you like Rich, you need to sustain your ability to come here and tell the world, tell the people, tell your people, okay, yes, have your pain, go through your pain, I recognize your pain, but don't lose track of the course. Stay on. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Mwenda Tezi, you're on, my brother. Your 5 minutes. You can
guys.
ask or share, and yeah.
Yeah, I have only 2 questions, and one is regarding to the talk between Prime Minister Abiy and President Biden. So usually when presidents talk, a lot of the work, the negotiations and all that has already been done. Usually when the time they get to talk, it's just ceremonial.
Yes.
So I feel like if there is no announcement that has been made between the 2 presidents at this stage, it is safe to say that, I don't know, maybe you can disagree with me, but it's safe to say that perhaps those talks were not fruitful. Because I would have expected, maybe because Ethiopia was taken out of the AGOA, so I would have expected the first thing to announce is that if their relationship within America and Ethiopia are going well or are reconciling, maybe that's the first thing they can do, is bring them back to AGOA, so that those, is it 1 million workers can, that's a simple thing. But if such a thing has not been yet even announced, even that, then I think maybe that talk was not so fruitful. So maybe you can give your comments on that, and let me give my second question. 1 year ago, Prime Minister Abiy, he declared war on the TPLF, and the reason he declared war was, as I'm giving my perspective here, and what we saw as Kenyans, is that there was no room for negotiations, that he cannot negotiate with TPLF or create any precedents. So 1 year later, and countless deaths later, what we are hearing that he's releasing the prisoners, and now he's negotiating. Now there is room for negotiation, or something of that sort. So I'm wondering, of all that death and destruction, was this a very pointless war? I know you can put it in a way that America, that you have won against America, but Americans are sleeping well, eating well. There's no American has died there. It's Ethiopians who have died.
Yes.
There's no American who has died. So I know you can put it as a win against America, but them, they are sleeping well, they're eating well, they have not lost anybody.
Yes. Yes.
So my question is, was this war a pointless war? And you can see that when people die, there is a bitterness that can last decades.
Yeah.
When somebody, even you can see where that from the argument when you just release those prisoners, the bitterness has come to the surface.
Yes.
So my question is, was this war pointless? Because now it's looking like it's going to end in negotiations. Then I wanted to ask further on this question, that the Chinese have been openly supporting the Ethiopian government, and those are the other global superpower.
Mm-hmm.
And it has been looking like the Americans have been supporting the TPLF.
Mm-hmm.
So it's looking like a proxy war.
Mhm.
And I'm asking because with proxy wars, is it who ends the proxy war? Is it the people who are playing the superpowers who are going to have to sit down and negotiate, and then the war ends, or is it the people who are playing the proxies?
Yeah.
Who actually ends the war?
Yes, I think
Yeah,
the
those are my
last one is a
questions.
the last one is a big question. Let me answer the first one. The first one is very simple for me. I can guarantee you, like Vietnam has more access to American market than Ethiopia has, and why? But they don't have AGOA. So AGOA ending is not necessarily as leverage as Americans think it is, because Ethiopia can improve productivity, significantly improve productivity to a level that is competitive enough that even the taxation, whatever levies that they place on it, can be you can outcompete that through competitions. And I think another component to it is a good impetus for Ethiopia to really think about, hey, we have this manufacturing capability that we could use to serve a different kind of market. It's not as lucrative as the American market, but it's market nevertheless, which is the African market. And then open up these trade. Actually, these industrial zones, they are not at full capacity. I think somewhere between 20 to 50% of capacity. So you would want Kenyan investors, you would want South African investors to be able to come and say, you know what, let's come and produce the things that we consume in our country here in Ethiopia, and then use whatever trade route that we have. So there's a lot of ways you can do with it. That's one, but I think that's one part of the question. You didn't ask that question directly. The other question is, I will tell you this, okay? That conversation that you said, yes, so many discussions took place, but the discussion, I believe, I'm of the view, was centered around extricating America from having to support TPLF. I think in principle they have gotten that from Americans. I think I don't have evidence. I'm waiting for evidence to back it up, but I can help hypothesize here that what the conversation has arrived. All these discussions, like you said, backroom discussion, all of it has arrived at that ceremonial stage. But at that ceremonial stage, so in the statement you read it, in the statement both sides release, you read between the lines. You see that there's a sense that, okay, we respect you, you respect us. That is a key term that says, now we recognize you and I recognize you. So instead of America recognizing TPLF as a legitimate alternative government in exile, now TPLF is no longer considered the alternative. That is important because then you answers the last question, the fourth question you ask, which is like, how do you end war? Sometimes it's in many ways you end the war, but I think if those who are actively fighting each other for reasons that are local, not international, but local reasons, like community reasons that are internal reasons, if they can figure out a way to really have to address their issues through other means other than war, then that's you resolve the issue. What was the second question you asked? I think it was an important question, but the second question was very important. What was it?
I think the question it was about the people, like I mean the war that has happened, right? And a lot of people, they lost their lives during
Yes.
that. And
Yes.
right now,
The
it seems
meaningless
like
war.
negotiation is happening. So
Yeah.
was it worthy? There's a lot of people lost their lives, and a lot of people, they have bitterness. You can see arising right now,
Yes.
as it seems like, you can just release them and have a simple conversation and things are done.
It's
But what
not.
about the war and people that lost their lives?
Exactly. To me, like what people need to understand, negotiation doesn't mean agreement. Negotiation can mean anything. You negotiate surrender with the Nazi. You negotiate surrender with the losing Japan, with the losing Germany. You negotiate. There's a negotiation that happens. The surrender can happen. So surrender does happen through negotiation. But what I have to say to people is that, like, Abiy, the war was imposed on Abiy. The war was imposed on Abiy. He had no other choice but to begin the war. So his declaration of the war was not in a vacuum. It was an imposition on him, and then he had to find a way to respond in the same kind. And that's important, is that he has no way to wiggle out of that. But at the end of the day, in ending the war, he should have the flexibility of negotiation. To me, as I said earlier, I would go as far as possible in the negotiation possibilities. But the way the political reality of Ethiopia doesn't allow him to have that flexibility. I'm not the one in charge, so I'm not going to be the one. Since I'm not in charge, I have the flexibility, mobility to hypothesize all possibilities. But the negotiation that he has to have with TPLF is only surrender. Surrender is the only thing that he has. He has to negotiate, but for surrender. If it is a peaceful resolution, it's surrender. Peacefully surrender. Who is surrendering? Not Tigrayans. Tigray is not surrendering. We are not going to have to ask. We should not ask Tigray to surrender. We have to ask those people, the leash that is stuck on Tigray and that has played on their insecurity, on their fear and their worry, and that has used the propaganda tools and the propaganda tools of the West as also to reinforce their hold on Tigray. We have to find a way to extricate that. Sometimes in the process of extricating from that, you have to make sure, the Tigray people are not, severely damaged, severely paying the price any further than they should pay.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's to me, negotiation has to happen because there are people of Tigray that need to be extricated. By the way, we are extricating not only of Tigray, we are extricating the people of Ethiopia from such people. Now, I don't agree you can eliminate TPLF, which is greed, theft, corruption. All of that thing is going to take centuries to eliminate. Probably you might have to go to heaven to eliminate it. Not necessarily eliminate it here on this planet. So greed, corruption, all sort of things will find other ways to exist and other places to exist. You can't eliminate that totally, but you can extricate, you can take, and there is a way to do it. If negotiation allows you to do it, you have to put that on the table. And then the reason you do it is because the cost that you've experienced over the past year. And the cost is high, not because of the two of us, because the conflict was not just with two, but there are parties to each side. And that's why the cost is also high. And then we also have to, that's it. I always said, negotiation takes place with not TPLF, with all the parties to the conflict who are supporting TPLF.
All right. So I'm having Madara here. I'll let you go when it is for now.
Thank you. I hope I have answered as much as I can.
Way down there. But by the way, when it is, those are very, very good question, very powerful question, and I love the way you asked it. I had to note it down because this conversation. I want to tell Kuru as well. This is just the first day, to have a conversation. By the way, you guys, you don't know this, but we didn't plan this. We didn't plan this until 9 p.m. today. I didn't know what we're gonna talk about. So I reached to my brother Ezra and I just asked him that, Ezra, I feel like you might have something to talk about. What do you think we should talk about? And then we had a little bit of conversation. Then we started. So we didn't plan this. That's why today we started at 9:30 and not 9 p.m. Because until 9, I didn't have anything, right? So this, guys, is just the beginning of the conversation. Today, I know Ezra is here. He don't have all the answers, but he has his own perspective. But we'll come here another day that you guys can come and also just share whatever you want to share for amount of time that I'll give it to you. Madara, you have 5 minutes, my brother. If you have something to ask or if you have something to share, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I've got something to share, and I want Mr. Ezra as well to expand on it as well. Right. What I'm going to say is, yes, it's always the unplanned kind of stuff that really has a hit on it when you don't plan things, but it really makes sense. So I really love that. Obviously, you don't know about me. I'm the Senegalese guy, if you remember.
I remember from New Zealand. New Zealand, right?
New Zealand, all over the place. Just think I'm all over the place. But I've been participating with Ezra on the other side and all that stuff. And I enjoy more in the Tezi. Those are very, very good questions. But I think there is a lesson to learn from this. The lessons to learn from this, Mr. Ezra, and it might be my point in all the panels, every panel I've shared around, I said how important it is of information warfare. We live in the time of information warfare. So in this era, it's about the problem with the old Pan-Africanists is that many leaders got killed. They got killed and got destroyed, and the people supported their death because the people didn't know any better what was really happening in the country. So I attune this to the lack of synchronization between the African leaders and the people they rule. There is no synchronization. And this is an issue that Ethiopia has managed to avoid. You understand what I mean? You remember when I first told you this is not going to be a problem for Ethiopia because I see you're going to win. You're winning on the internal media front and you're winning on the external media front. That is fucking brilliant. And I told you guys, Ethiopia is going to come out on top. This is a big lesson because the United States ain't going to win it. The United States ain't even worried about Ethiopia that much because as long as they got Somalia the way it is and they got Djibouti the way it is and all that, they've got their situation set. So you are not really the biggest worry in that situation. You don't stop them from doing their business. You understand what I mean? Unless Somalia and Djibouti can somehow win their power back. But for now, it could say Ethiopia could be contained, but if you're contained, you can look internally. So in a way, you're not really contained that much. But in terms of the winning of this war, what African countries can learn is the ability of media, and especially alternative media in African countries, especially West African countries. The media, the news, education system, everything is controlled by politicians. It's controlled by politicians who want to parade a narrative. They want to push forward a narrative. So they're pushing forward the narrative. How do you let your people know of what's really happening in the country? How do you make sure the people support the leader at hand? So Abiy Ahmed has done a very good job making sure there's widespread internet availability so that the people of Ethiopia can know what's really happening in the country, and he can galvanize the Ethiopians to join him in this battle to maintain the country, to maintain the structure of the country. He galvanized Ethiopians to the point that Ethiopians in the diaspora were supporting. Africans in the diaspora were supporting. You have Ethiopians inside were supporting. Even other people that don't like American exceptionalism or hegemony were supporting Ethiopia. So I don't see any way in which they were going to win this kind of battle because the moral had been won already, and all that was left was just equipment and all that stuff. You understand what I mean? And which you got support from external forces. But really and truly, this is what it takes to change Africa in the next coming decade. The people have to be synchronized with the politicians. And I have my own way how you can go about doing that. But Mr. Ezra, I mean, my man, I can tell you're a very intelligent guy. But I can tell you, listen, yeah, if Ethiopia had internal strife within, do you think America will give up that easily if Ethiopians doubted Abiy Ahmed? Do you think that TPLF would have been, you understand me? So it's the internal security. And sometimes, and Ethiopia, one thing I can thank them for is that they have control of their mainstream channels, mainstream media. You know what I mean? African countries don't have that. So I tend to say alternative media could go a long way to teaching people what's really happening in the country. Yes. Alternative media. You understand what I mean? So this is a lesson in how our media has a role to play into, look at what happened to Gaddafi. You understand me? A lot of lies were printed by him, and the people killed him inside. He's a revolutionary, they regret it, but people killed him. You understand me? Thomas Sankara, the people killed him. You understand me? You know, the French killed him, but the people supported. Patrice Lumumba, the people supported his death. They only regret it a couple of years later. Why? Because the people don't know what's really happening in the country. You understand what I mean? So I think monetarily, I'm sorry, but this is a victory already, bro. Ethiopia has to just put a stamp in already. This is a victory, and it's not it's not going to turn back. And for African countries, they can learn the power of alternative media, or African peoples, they can learn the power of alternative media in case mainstream media is taken over. This is what it takes to make sure we set the right demand in the countries. Can you please talk about that, Ezra?
Yes.
My question is, if Ethiopia if the internal media of Ethiopia had been dominated by Western narratives, would Abiy Ahmed have won the battle?
No. So they tried to dominate it through the Amharic BBC. They started Amharic BBC, Oromiya BBC. But the problem is it's not just so. One thing that insulates Ethiopia is language. Most Ethiopians are internally, they're Ethiopian. They're inside out. They're not outside in. They're like the average Ethiopian on a daily basis is coffee with their neighbors in their language, and it's their religion. So that the fact that Ethiopia was not colonized has kind of created a membrane, a little bit of a membrane that is hard to penetrate easily. Okay, so and then the communication, the media is in the language. It's in Amharic, it's in Orominya, it's in Tigrinya, it's in Somali, it's in Sidama, it's in all sort of languages that are like on the ground. And then the narrative is dominated by the government. Ethiopian have Abiy has signaled this many times. We've had government for over 3,000 years. So then when you think about government in Ethiopia, what people think about government is that sensibility of government that is embedded in them. Sometimes they're not even conscious of it. Like I used to complain when I used to work in Ethiopia. Every time there's a problem, people say, why doesn't the government do this? Why doesn't the government do this? I'm like, oh, come on. But that was my struggle working back when I was back in Ethiopia. Sometimes, no, you can't place everything on government. But it's in the psyche of Ethiopia. The expectation, the government is the thing that you put in there to do this for you, to organize things for you, to represent you. So even Ethiopians don't have the sensibility of poverty, the way the world thinks of poverty.
Yes, of course.
So when they take away Agua, and the term is like, okay, you take out, we don't care about Agua, we care about Adwa. So right away the language is completely, every effort that Europeans did, even when they managed to pass through the language barrier, the psychological element of it, they didn't get it.
Yes.
So African countries need to focus on building that kind of connection. So there's Africanness in each country. You go to Senegal, yes, you have French sensibilities because you have that understanding of French, but this Senegalness, that is not something that I am aware of, but only a Senegalese know that under the surface. So the media need to begin to play that,
Interesting point. I want you to know the difference.
Your time is up, man.
No. One more question, Mika. One more question.
You use more than 5 minutes, by the way.
I'm begging you, Mika. Yeah, like looking at how West Africa is and Ethiopia is, right? The media and politics and the newsprint and everything is dominated by the Western country. Education system is dominated. What can West African countries do in order to make sure the people have the right political representative or have a synchronicity between the government and the people? Because obviously Ethiopia has a different case. West Africa is different. And that's the problem. That's the problem there. How can we learn from what Ethiopia has done? You understand what I mean? And use other means to succeed.
Let me give you an example. Quickly example, because it's such a big questions. I'll give you a quick example. I was in Ghana a little bit. I grew up partly in Ghana. So there's a community called the Ga people near where I grew up. And they have this festival every year. And then it coincides around their New Year, which happens to be in September. Which is kind of like, wow, Ethiopia's New Year is September. The Ga people in Ghana, but it's not a mainstream thing. It's not a mainstream Ghana thing. But it is a very, very, very important thing for the people of Ga people. They will come from all over Ghana, wherever they are, the Ga people. I'm just giving one specifically. I can give example about Ashanti too. And I can do that. What the media should be playing is, it shouldn't be this back room somewhere hidden and this is under. No, it should be the topic. A festival or game or dance or music or an art or language or some kind of something that is so critically important for a specific community in Senegal. Not just everyone, but then you bring it up. You bring it to the surface. And it becomes the issue. It becomes the dialogue. It becomes the thing we dance into. So me, I'm not Gurage, but I love Kitfo. Okay? I'm not, I don't know, like from where the northern part, I love Dorowit. But it comes from, and then I love Chico but I don't think I'm Oromo either. But what I'm telling you is that like we found a way to love each other's thing. You know, so how do we do it? We communicate each other. And how do we communicate? That's a mainstream thing. It's a
Yeah.
mainstream thing. It's not a non-mainstream thing. It's a mainstream part of the topic. Sometimes I think the Ethiopian mainstream doesn't do enough of it. I'm somebody who say that, but they do some of it that will allow that kind of grassroots level kind of thing. Hopefully that answers part of the question. But I think we should spend time, a little bit more time on media and the role of media. And then you seem to have a very passionate point of view on this. Mika would definitely organize something like that.
Because I've seen so many examples of it, and Ethiopia has just proven it to me yet again. Ethiopia has just proven it to me yet again. That's why when I came in first time in this channel, I said Ethiopia is going to win this battle, because I've seen it many, many times again, right? And African countries, they have a long way to go, but it always comes down to the synchronicity of the political will between the politicians and the people. If that is destroyed, the external everything is just destroyed. I'm so happy that Ethiopians on the ground went ahead and supported their government, and actually stood firm on with their government and knew what was happening. Even some of the Tigrays agreed with the government. So I have nothing more to say, bro.
Thank you so much. Before, one last thing I'll say is just that make everything that people care about important. That's it. Make at the highest level, you care about that.
Yeah. For that, my brother Madara, I think if you want to extend to what you shared today, don't hesitate, to reach out to me, and we'll set up a day to extend a little bit on what you shared. All right, Josie, welcome, my brother. He's a teacher. Josie has been here for almost every single day, sharing here. My brother, welcome. You got your 5 minutes.
Okay, I will try. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I see government made right decision to make the negotiation, and because this shows the commitment of the government to seek peace, to give priority to peace. And actually, the government did so earlier, even when the military of the government captured Tigray, taking action on the TPLF part soldiers. World Organization pursued, urged the government to leave, and then the government accepted all and then left, and then we know what happened. And so for me, it's right decision to give priority for peace and negotiation, because we know what war brings to a nation. And as far as accountability of government is concerned, aftermath of the war brought thousands, exposed thousands to famine, exposed thousands to displacement. And so, it is needed to stop the crisis here, if it is possible, if it is true. Negotiation, for me, it is good. Actually, it's surprising, even the people, it is all right if the people ask it, why negotiation, why they release these prisoners, why, it's all right, it's something expected, till government itself justify why he did so. As to me, it's difficult for me to criticize a person who is compelling a world organization to reconstitute a Security Council so that Africa should have a seat there. I can't criticize in that, in case government or this person may give advantage of his nation, or national advantage of his nation away. I can't, because I am attending that he is just forcing the world organization to make a reconstitution on the Security Council of the world. And so, but what I doubt here, Israel, what I doubt here is that is it really for the sake of Ethiopia and Tigray? Is it really for the sake of unity of it, or is it because the war resulted in a reverse of what they expected or what they planned? That's my question, because they haven't raised this question. They haven't asked negotiation while the Tigrayan people or TPLF soldiers are striving to capture Addis Ababa, even till they capture Shorobi. No one, everyone, every international council, every world organization was silent, I think. No, no one said, because they were making many devices.
Yeah.
So is that, I doubt, is that for real negotiation? That is what I doubt. And that is all I want to
I
add.
think,
So
Josie, you're onto a
yeah,
very, very important point here. Okay, so
yeah,
I'll just touch a little bit, want to expand on some of the things that you said. I like, and then there's something I've said before is that we were at war, no question about it, with European Union, with the Americans, and with the Egyptians, and with TPLF, and then some other few other instruments like Onekshine and any other kind of rebel forces. But these were in cahoots and coordinated and organized. And how do you know this? How do you know this? How do you know that European Union didn't care about human rights? How do you know Americans didn't care about human rights? It's because they were like they don't have
I
any
don't
choice.
accept that, because there are there are tangible evidences,
Exactly.
about
That's where I
Amnesty
want to go.
International.
That's where
Yeah,
I'm going to go. That's where I'm going to go. How do you know? Is because they will tell you something, and then if you, for a really reasonable person who is reading through stuff,
yeah.
they will tell you the headline, human rights violations, and then pop up list, and you see huge gap in there. And then that's those gaps is tells you what they're trying to communicate. They're trying to make you think the reality is different from their narrative. They're trying to, so they want you to believe their narrative, not the reality that you're experiencing. But the reality you're experiencing is more compelling to you as an Ethiopian than the narrative they're painting. So they had a mismatch. So their methods, their approach for executing their goal was flawed to begin with. It was going to fail to begin with. Our Senegalese brother was telling you earlier, it was going to fail anyway. But the problem is that at what price? We paid so much, so dearly. We Ethiopians paid so dearly for it. Now, what we want to do is that, like, okay, you are part of the conflict. We are negotiating with you. So Ethiopia is not negotiating just with TPLF. It's negotiating with all of them. Are we saying we shouldn't negotiate with America? We are negotiating with America because they are part of the conflict.
Yeah.
They are not party. They're not neutral party here. Nobody is neutral. The UN is not neutral. We are negotiating with all of these parties. So are we saying we should negotiate with TPLF? But the question is, what kind of negotiation? Not whether you should negotiate or not. What kind of negotiation? I would support only a negotiation that demands surrender.
Yeah.
As an average Ethiopian, I will only support a negotiation that would demand surrender. But as a
That's a good
person,
one.
Israel, we'll go further.
That's a,
We'll go further.
that's a good one, because that will save
Yeah.
a lot of people's life,
Yeah.
and we're not gonna
Thank you.
be. I mean, we're not gonna see these wars that they kill a lot of innocent people. You remember the viral picture of this soldier who was just killed, and he left his little kid, right? So people
Yes.
like that, they will be still alive today if you have a negotiation, as you say, that it says you need to surrender, you need to not to do stuff like this ever again,
It makes it
and
easier.
also.
It makes it
Mm,
easier to ask surrender when you take
mm.
out the other parties that are supporting them. That gives them the confidence not to surrender.
Yeah, yeah,
So you take out
exactly.
America out of the equations, then you take away the confidence for them to
Mm,
sustain a war.
mm,
That's very critical. So
mm,
surrender can be demanded much easy when you have done that. I think what Abiy and his team are strategizing, they're strategy in that direction, and
mm.
and then that's the final conclusion of it.
All right. Well, I'll
Thank you,
let you go,
Josie.
Josie. And
Okay, thank you.
appreciate my brother. Thank you so much. Um, so we'll have our brother. He's here. Biggie is here as well. And you guys, if you're joining, I share the link there because I saw. I know I said I'm gonna finish. Basically after 4 minutes, but I saw some people are asking for the link. And since if you do have something that you wanna say for five, I'll still give you 5 minutes to do that. We can extend a little bit. My brother Biggie, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Welcome back again. And
There you go. You
You're
said it
taking
all
it
for
away.
me.
You're taking it
Good
from.
evening. Oh my
Yeah.
God. You know,
Yeah.
I was tempted to get in and get out. Just looking at the some of the conversations, some of the chat that's going on.
Though I'm not seeing
And I
anyone.
mean,
So.
and in fact, you did say a lot of mouthful of what's going on in Africa. So I'm not going to dwell on everything else that's been said again because we're on the road. You know, from the beginning when Ivy said that we're going to build bridges. That was one of the key things that really amazed me. That to add yourself into the movement as Ethiopian, are you Ethiopian enough? Okay, are you Ethiopian, and are you going to be added to this movement of Abiy? Because the minute that he started with everything is about bridging. Okay, when he said bridging, he started with Eritrea. So he started a bridge with Eritrea, and as well go extend that bridge to Somalia. So basically, his vision is bigger than what we are experiencing right now. So we got to give the men a break, where let him. He's just 100 days really seriously in officially in the office, and he had 2 years, 2 3 years, 3 years, in fact, to build where we're at right now. So I want people to look at on how much he accomplished. Okay, yes, the war is going to be always a little stain. I mean, it's one of the big stain because a lot of people died, and people that died is not foreigners. The people that died are Ethiopians. You can define it which end you are, but at the end of the day, we're losing the young, beautiful, prosperous youth that's dying on these things. So when he said the bridges, so we need to look at on how much he accomplished and which direction we're going. When it comes to the West, they tried, it didn't work out. So now they're gonna have to come up with a different approach. And you got Asia, you got Russia and everybody, the Turks, and a lot of other forces that really want to help and move along with Abiy. And then you're gonna have to look at it. Abiy is an African, okay? Abiy is not just looking just as Ethiopian. He's one of the Pan Africanists, and he's building it. He's he needs help. He needs help. Somebody that says, "We stand by you," and we said it right during the demonstration. We stand by Abiy decision. What make you change your mind now? Because when the court system fails you, he was surprised for himself. He didn't like it, but at the same time, he's going to have to embrace it with telling us the truth. So, in general, African are used to the uh, dictator that says, "Oh no, this night is going to work this way." So they became above the law. He let the law goes through, and then at the same time, he showed the humanitarian part of his action when he released the TPLF head. So there's a lesson to learn. Where is he going and how is he explaining us? People are talking about different things that are people in the prison and all that. But again, the highlight is a bridge. He's building a bridge. And this bridge is going to be through all Ethiopia as Ethiopians. And that bridge is only one name to it. It's Ethiopian Bridge for all of us. And then it comes to the core as being Africans on the African soil. And we're going to be the example by sharing the experience that we're going through with war peace, love, and prosperity. This is what is waiting for Ethiopia. So people, please be patient. This thing happened. Yes, I get mad. I get angry. We can express our expression, our feeling. We're not happy about it. Maybe I didn't understand the law. Maybe I didn't understand the political situation. But at the same time, if you voted for Abiy and you supported him all the way through, because you supported, that's your government. You voted. If you don't like him, then make your formal complaint and go through the court system. You can impeach him if you want, but be legally stand. Do not bicker on the background. Do not have this big, huge panel to really non-constructive, something that is going to deter everything that he's building. And let's be patient. Let's give it time. The minute he did that, you noticed the UN called. They said it's a great move on the Saturday. The next one is going to be US, and hey, let's have peace and respect. Let's respect each other and come to certain negotiation. So we don't know yet on the path, but one thing for sure I know is going on the path of peace. I know that because you can do a lot of things when you're peace than in chaos. But sometimes you get creative out of chaos and where you're going to eliminate some unnecessary moves. But this move that he did on this weekend, let's all as Ethiopians stick together because we have a responsibility. Everybody should be responsible. Everybody should be really be accountable for whatever you put on your YouTubes, whatever that you're going to be putting on the media. You're not even in the government. How can you really, by your opinion, just shooting things, and some of them are just for the cash. You cashing in by just, it's not even media sometimes. This is YouTubers, just trying to make money out of this. In exciting the people that are really dormant, people that are really thinking. Now he goes on the YouTube. He doesn't have time to think, He doesn't have time to think because he's getting left and right. Listen, we Ethiopians, we should stand with the government because what are you going to do? Remove the government overnight? We're going to go running on another coup d'etat? Enough is enough. We got a war that we need to finish. There's this war that needs to stop. Let's focus on what is started. And then if you want to impeach him, you want to do something about it, you want to take him to court, take him to court. But until then, stop bickering.
Biggie, let me frame this. Let me ask the question, the audience. You are the leader, and somebody comes, and one of the major actor in the conflict comes to you and says, "It looks like now we're tired of losing left and right. We tried this, it didn't work. We tried this, it didn't work. We tried kind of like manipulating you to leave the country. We brought, to bribe you to leave the country, it didn't work. We used these tools, it didn't work. We almost took over Addis Ababa, it didn't work. Okay, so we say, okay, now we see China is about to take over because China's commitment has stepped up. Even Eritrea has made a move, and all these other countries are making move. Other African countries are beginning to ask questions. Oh, come on, we have to renegotiate this deal. We have to renegotiate this deal. Well, everybody is beginning to do this. So it was putting America under pressure. So they come to you and say, okay, we cannot come to the world and say we've lost on this one. We have to save face. But in exchange, we will withdraw our support to TPLF. In exchange, we withdraw our support to TPLF. If they came to you and say that to you, and all they have to do is give amnesty to the TPLF people, and then say, no, I'm not giving them amnesty. No amnesty. They will hang me. In this country, they will hang me because amnesty is literally saying that you can never be prosecuted again because all your bad things are. What I can do is that I can release some of them. They're founders. These are people who they aspire to. They are aspirational leaders. I can release some of them but there's going to be some consequence to it. But I'm willing to deal with it. What, like, will you have taken that deal, or would you have waited for me? Like, it doesn't matter whether Abiy shoved in. He shoved into you like by force the information, or nicely with a classical melody singing in the background in a very nice, joyful place, and say like, landed the same information. Matter. To me, this is what I see. What I see happen in Ethiopia right now is he was given, and then what he considered victory is that one. That he was able to take the major actors in the conflict, that fuel and catalyze the conflict by empowering, by giving political, economic, military cover to who? The TPLF. Mind you, they've sanctioned everybody except TPLF. Ethiopia has been sanctioned, Eritrea has been sanctioned. No TPLF entity has been sanctioned. Knowing that they have all the resources, all the things that they mobilize outstationed in Europe, and they are part of the conflict. They are saying, "Oh, we are fair with everybody," but you place sanction on only two of them, two of people that you have a problem with. So what I'm trying to ask people is like, would you have gone and say, "Okay, I would do this," and if that helps you, make you say, "Oh, we managed to get Ethiopians to release political prisoners," so that it makes them feel like they have achieved something. In exchange for taking them out of the theater of action, I would have taken it. Any reasonable would have taken it. I don't care if I had communicated this to you nicely or not. If I had given it to you, fed you as if I'm your in the breastfeeding mother, or if I'm somebody who's just you gotta eat something, shove it up your mouth. And that's what the Ethiopian government is, shoved it up there. But I'm sure if you were reading closely, they've been signaling this thing for many, many weeks now. But that said, let's forget the signaling part, because it's hard to read signals for a lot of people. But even to me, whether it was communicated well or not, it doesn't matter. For me, it's like the big picture is you got to end the war. To end the war is the surrender of TPLF. To ask TPLF to surrender, you have to take away the support system. And that's bloodline, that funnel of support. It was getting, if you can get that out of it, in exchange for releasing somebody that you can always bring back to prison. You can always bring back to prison. Because it's not amnesty you're giving. In exchange for that, to me, that is very, very different. And I don't get people who get mad, who get pissed off. We haven't finished the process yet.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would be pissed off on that, because anything when it comes to war, it has to end. It's very, very horrific. Sometimes unbearable, displaced people. They were put it straight yesterday where it hurts the most, because she described it. And in fact, she was really emotional about this fact. We want that to end. We need the war to end. And whatever the negotiations been done, whatever it takes to end it, because now we got a big other issues afterward, after the war. How are you going to handle all these Tigrayan prisoners, okay? And how are we going to integrate them? How are we going to look at them? Are you going to keep blaming them for what happened in the war? Or are we going to have a different, fresh, clean mind to help one another or to help them? Where you stand? Because the war didn't end yet. It's not completely end. And the victory you talked about, Israel, that's the victory. That's the point. That really is a training ground. The way I look at it is like he's training us to get used to some tough decisions. When the government makes that tough decision, we understand it's a tough decision. Abiy knows this thing is going to come, but according to the law, that they already, whatever the law is left in there, when the court is stopped from pursuing, the court prevailed. And he shows you that he's not above the law. He could have just squashed this information like Mengistu Haile Mariam, like Haile Selassie, Meles, like any others, squash it to the end. But that's not the leadership. It's a different leadership. He surprised us left and right. I mean, Abiy surprised us in a good and bad, whatever, but still moving in the right direction. And look at all African continent following him.
Yeah.
The whole African continent.
Biggie, knowing the nature of TPLF, knowing the
before
nature.
Ezra, I want to allow other people be as well because they came to have their 5 minutes.
Okay.
And then maybe for you, I'll definitely give you time at the end to close as well, so you can collect everything you want to share as well. But I want to have, I have Four Nation as one as well, has been coming here for a long time. So you can have your 5 minutes, my brother, and then I'll go to, I see to Niger as well. He's here. I'll allow him after my brother here to have his 5 minutes. Biggie, his Swahili Nation partner, that's why he had a little bit more than that. But Four Nation as one, my brother. If you have any question or if you have anything that you want to add, you have your 5 minutes. You can go ahead, my brother.
By the way, I'm African farmer because I keep waiting. I thought you are not interesting. That's why I changed my name.
No. This is the place for you. I kept waiting. Everybody, right now I'm talking to you, but there's two people here. They are waiting to come. After you,
Okay.
I'll bring them
Thank
in.
you.
So
Thank you to give me a chance, and maybe if I have a problem, he will help me to. Even I'm against him, but he will translate for me.
yeah, definitely.
I mean,
Ezra here,
I see here some people is. Please do it. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
no worries. That's African farmer.
That's a good name to have.
You didn't have to change your name, my brother. He thought I'm ignoring him.
Okay. And but don't, when someone talk about good about the government that's good, you keep thinking when I'm against, don't stop me, and you say this is not a topic. I know my African brothers and also my Ethiopian brothers here talking about Ethiopian government or Abiy Ahmed. He's good guy. That means I don't know about Ethiopian, but my Africans, because they love Ethiopia, they think they support Ethiopia. But on the ground, it is everything is different. For this, I will advise you, my brother Makia, if you really like Africa, if you want Africa united, you have to gather the information from the person who's like Obang Meto. He is honest. He not use a side. He will tell you what's going on in Ethiopia, like the truth. He will not against Ethiopia. He is not racist. He's not. Some of the people, they just worship. They know the truth, but they wanted, I don't know what. Abiy Ahmed is not honest for his people. I was his supporter for last for like 6 months continually since he became a power. I was talking about him every time. Like he's a great leader. We found a great leader. We are lucky. I was keep talking this. But he has a strategy, confusion, and convince. That is what from their party come out leaked. It's a secret meeting. I know you're not believing, but this guy, he's working for one region, for his tribe. Just investigate it. Maybe I'm wrong. Just find out the truth on a back. Some people, they came here, he's a great. You know how many still in a war in Amhara region, in the Afar region. So when he decided something, the people who sacrifice don't know. It is, I don't know how, I have English shortage, but I will advise
you. You can say it in
Okay.
Amharic too. I would find a way to, like, Really, like, I really want to get you.
Okay, I will advise you, Makia, just find out the truth on other side. Here, most of people come his supporter. That's they deny the truth. He's just against others, but he know how playing the game. He know how taking Africans on the side. That means I'm not supporting. Some people think I am the TPLF supporter. That's what I can by video. I'm not TPLF supporter. TPLF raised him. That's why he's very dangerous person like TPLF. He has a problem with TPLF only to sit on Arakilo Palace. Otherwise, he not changing. After TPLF, all Ethiopian, which is kick TPLF because we don't want tribe constitution, like ethnical constitution. We don't need a lot of things from. But still, he keeping everything is what he received from TPLF. Nothing. He not changing nothing. He just only build the Oromia as great country. He trained the Oromia military is a special force, even they not contribute on the war. Which is now he try and take off the gun from Amhara militia and Fano. That means he think next time, he want to be the king, but he's playing on the name of Ethiopia, but he build his region. That is the truth. Just investigate. I know people here, they will not accept it. It will be fake news stuff. Just, I will advise you find out the truth. Thank you.
No, don't go.
For nation.
I think
let me just say this first.
Okay.
Before that, Ezra, I appreciate that is your opinion. So,
yes.
And you spoken about you're speaking about Obang. I had a conversation with Obang, and you cannot believe this, that I wanted to show you here that I had messages here. I texted Obang earlier today because I wanted to have this conversation tomorrow with him as I started to have this with Ezra as well.
Yes.
So it's something that it's something that we do here, but it's very important for you to know that this is your personal judgment. It's something that you have seen. It's something that you have felt. So it's your personal judgment. It's very important for you to put like that, because if you say that this is the truth, everybody else has their own opinion about it. And yeah, I appreciate for you to raise that voice, and I think Ezra, he'll have something maybe to add or to ask you.
Yeah, I think I've had this conversation with this perspective before, not just you, but somebody else. Okay, like to me, like my problem with the evidence that you come up with is it really misplaces responsibility. It doesn't really place responsibility accurately. So let me give you an idea, for example. So TPLF has invaded Amhara and Afar, and has killed thousands and hundreds and thousands of people. Right? That's that we agree on. You can agree with that, right?
Uh-huh.
From the way you sound, like I said, you are not the first person I have this discussion with. I have a friend of mine who I discuss with. እንዳንተ ካንተ ጋር እንዳንተ አይነት ሐሳብ ያለው ሰው ማውራው በደንብ የምናወራው እና ችግሬ ምንድነው? ብዙ ጊዜ ችግሬ ምንድነው? ኃላፊነቱ የቱ ጋር ነው? የኦነግ ሽኔ ኃላፊነቱ የቱ ጋር ነው? የቲፒኤልኤፍ ኃላፊነቱ የቱ ጋር ነው? የአብይ ኃላፊነቱ የቱ ጋር ነው? የኢትዮጵያ መንግስት በመንግስት ደረጃ ኃላፊነቱ የቱ ጋር ነው? የተለያዩ ፎርሶች ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ያሉ ፎርሶች ኃላፊነቱ የቱ ጋር ነው? የዓለም ፎርሶች ኃላፊነታቸው የቱ ጋር ነው? ግን ካንተስና አንተ የመጀመሪያ ሰው ካንተ ሲሰማና ከሌሎች ሲሰማ እኔ የምሰማው ነው የምነግርህ። እኔ የምሰማው እኔ ጋር የሬጅስተር ያደረገው ሐሳብ ምንድነው? forget about everybody else. The only problem is Abiy now. Abiy is the only one responsible. He's the one pulling the trigger.
Because why we say Abiy has the most people is supporting him he has the power. That's why almost 95% of Ethiopian was supporting him, but he not do his job.
ስለሱ ያወራናል።
Okay.
እኔ አሁን እዚህ ጋር ሐሳብህን ኢንተሮጌት እናደርግና ከዛ በኋላ ሪዝነብል የሆኑ ሰዎች ያዳምጡና ሐሳብህን ሪዝነብል የሆኑ ሰዎች አለ ምክንያታዊ የሆኑ ሰዎች አለ ምክንያታዊ ማለት ደግሞ ምክንያትና መረጃ ነው አንድ ላይ መጣመር ያለባቸው እኔ ኦነክሽኔ ወለጋው ሲገል ትሪገሩን ያደረገውን መጀመሪያ ብሌም ማድረግ እሱ ነው መጀመሪያ ብሌም ማድረግ ሁለተኛ ብሌም ማድረገው እዛ ጋር ኃላፊነት ሰጥቼው ፕሮቴክት ማድረግ አርግ ብዬ ያስቀመጥኩት ሰው አለ So Mika, sorry, I have to explain this in Amharic.
Oh, no.
እየሰማሁ ነው
Okay. እዛ ጋር ያስቀመጥኩት ኃላፊነት አለው ብዬ ያስቀመጥኩት ማን አለ የመንግስት አካል አለ ግብሬን እየከፈልኩ አይደለ የኔን አንዳንድ መብቶችን ጊቭ አፕ አርጌ የኔን መብቶች ጊቭ አፕ አርጌ ኃላፊነቶች ሰጥቼ ለሱ አስተላልፌ እዛ ጋር እንዲሰራ አርኩት ማን አለ የመንግስት አካል አለ የሴኩሪቲ አፓራተስ አለ የጁዲሻል አፓራተስ አለ የተለያዩ ሲስተሞች አሉ እኔ ኃላፊነቴን አካፍዬ እዛ ላለው ማህበረሰብ ደግሞ የሰጠውት ኃላፊነት ማህበረሰብ አለ እዛ አካባቢ የሚኖር ማህበረሰብ አለ እኔን ወክሎ አንተን ወክሎ የሚሰራ ኦሮሞ ይሁን ጉራጌ ይሁን አማራ ይሁን ኃላፊነት ሰጠው አለ ሶ መጀመሪያ እኔ ማን ትሪገር ያለው ትሪገሩ ማን ነው ሹት ያለው አሁን እናንተ እንደዛ አይነት ካንተ አይነት ሐሳቦች ስንሰማ እንደኔ አይነት ሰው የሚሰማው ምንድነው forget about the trigger ያደረገው forget about the people who are over there who are not doing their job forget about those people financing them እነዛን ሰዎች ፋይናንስ የሚያደርጓቸውን ትሬን የሚያደርጓቸውን forget about them only focus on Abiy ስትለኝ ነው ማለት ምክንያቱም all of this Allah evidence ላይ ስታዩ እነዚህ ሁሉ አሉ so ቆይ ከመናገር በፊት so explain to me ምን ያህል አብይ ኃላፊነት አለው ምን ያህል ኦነክሽን ኃላፊነት አለው ምን ያህል አማራ መንግስት ኃላፊነት አለው ምን ያህል ኦሮሚያ ክልል መንግስት ኃላፊነት አለው ምን ያህል ቀበሌ ሰዎች ኃላፊነት አላቸው ምን ያህል የዛገር ሰዎች ኃላፊነት አለባቸው ምን ያህል አሁን ወለጋው ስለሚከሰው እንበልና ምን ያህል ግብጾች ኃላፊነት አለባቸው ምን ያህል ያልክ ከፋፍልና አስቀምጠልኝ then I understand you የአብይን ፓርት ስታስረዳኝ እላለሁ ከዛ
okay let me explain to you you mention about the people who died on Wolaga who's responsible that means the protect that people is a regional government okay. the regional government leader is ተጠሪነቱ ለአብይ ነው ሽመልስ አብደሳ ተጠሪነቱ ለአብይ ነው ስለዚህ አብይ ያ ሰው የሥርዓት ማያሲስ ከሆነ መቀየር ይችላል ወይም ደግሞ ከዚህ በፊት ራሱ ሽመልስ በአደባባይ ወጥቶ ነፍጠኛን አንገት ሰብራናል አብይ ኦነክሽንማ በሽመልስ ነው ስፖርት የሚደረገው
እርግጠኛ ነህ
ታዲያ የሚያሳዩት የመንግስት መኪና የሚያደርጉት እንዴት ነው ያ ሁሉ 32 ጊዜ ልዩ ኃይል ሰልጥ ኖ 32 ጊዜ ልዩ ኃይል ሰልጥ ነው ያ ሁሉ ልዩ ኃይል አይታን ሰሜን ኮሪያ መስሎ ኦነክሽንን እዛ ማስወገድ ያቀተዋን ፍላጎት የሚኖረው ሽመልስ
ወይ ግብጽ የለችበትም
ኖ እሱ ሌላ ታሪክ ነው ግብጽ በየት አድርጋ
ነው ሮላ ጫውቱም ብር ፋይናንስ ያደርጉ
I am talking about the Oromia regional government power. They can stop that. The money is different thing, but Egypt has sent the military to kill Amhara in Oromia region. Oromia regional government have a power to protect the people because he has a lot of military. About money,
Ethiopia population is
Ethiopia population. It is 110 million, but I don't know exact.
Ethiopia security budget ስንት እንደታውቃለህ?
No. Just no, you go around. This is not okay. When TPLF did something, we straight blame TPLF. Why on the Oromia region we just given a side?
አይደለም እንትን ማድረግ አለብህ። ይሄ ኢትዮጵያ በጀት ለእያንዳንዱ በነፍስ ወከፍ የምታወጣው ለዲፌንስ $4-5 አይበልጥም።
No, that's we can't compare with the dollar and what's Ethiopia has. Okay.
No, you have to understand it. Security takes money. It takes resources.
Hey, my brother, it is common sense. Since
It's not
4
common
years
sense.
old,
It takes
the mass killing. Okay,
100 million people. No, 100 million people.
you can't
Wait.
calculate it like
No,
4
you have
years.
100 million people.
Okay, it's
And
before.
you have $11 billion to run the country.
Let me tell you something.
$11
Before
billion to run
Abiy came, is any people killed in Oromia region before Abiy came? Is any non-Oromo speakers destroyed in Oromia region?
No, you don't understand something.
No.
So let me tell you.
No, I know that. Okay, just for last time, let me say something.
Listen to me. Listen to
Okay.
me. Election had to succeed 1 out of 100. 1 out of 100. They can attempt 100 times, succeed only 1 time. And that 1 time, 100 people get killed. 1,000 people get killed. That 1 time. The government you are asking to do, they have to succeed 100% of the time. If they fail 1 time, they make you angry. You have to understand context. You have to understand it's not that simple. It's not that simple.
Okay, let me ask you a simple question.
Yeah.
Since Abiy came, maybe every week we hear news that the mass killing. Even Abiy come out and his excuse, he says, I'm sorry, or he ever been visit the victims? Just answer this.
No.
So why?
And I blame him for that. I'm one of those people who says, yes, I can understand your limitations, like I was telling you earlier, but I cannot understand is no using your platform. He doesn't need money to use the platform. He has a platform. He's a position of the prime minister. He has a platform to tell the public that this is not right in our community, in our society. He has not done enough of that. I'm the one who tell you to agree with you on that one. But what I don't agree with you is that not taking the issue as complex as it is. That anybody who wants to destroy and kill, they have to succeed only once every 100 times. But anybody that has to prevent that from happening, they have to succeed 100% of them. If they fail 1 time, is a huge problem. Because if your job is to protect, it's much harder than if your job is to destroy. And then considering the constraints, I guarantee you, the Ethiopian government entire budget subsidizing the country's oil, subsidizing our educations, subsidizing our food security, subsidizing our security with $11 billion.
Okay, so now you say
no. Let me finish this one. You go to another country, a tiny country like Netherlands, they have more money in their defense budget. Netherlands, what is the problem? But they have more money on their defense budget, than they have. Ethiopia has the entire budget. So don't ignore these realities. These are the realities that you deal with as a government. If you are in the same position as Abiy, you'll be dealing with the same issues that I'm describing right now. You're not going to escape it. So you're not going to tell me, oh, common sense in 1977? Oh my God, I have to.
My brother, when TPLF was a power, the TPLF supporter was convince the people the way how you acting now. That means you say we don't have a power for military to do that. So Amhara have been killed forever. That's where all the countries failed. What are you trying to say? 4 years, how you cannot stop?
What you fail to understand that there are people that are planning, organizing, intent on killing Amhara, in killing Oromo, in killing non-Oromo, in killing everyone.
Now it's just Amhara genocide in Ethiopia. None of us died. Just why you mention all tribes? Because the victim is there. Victims now is everywhere killing Amhara.
Let me are you telling me Oromos are not dying in Wolaga?
What?
Oromos are not dying in Wolaga? Yeah.
For what reason? For what reason? The Amhara is dying there by rebels supported by Oromian government.
Supporting you because there are people who don't support that.
Who?
There are Oromos who don't support what Onashine wants them to do.
Okay, that's okay. You trying to do that. So why which is the people like you or supporting Abiy Ahmed, when this whole thing is happening, why you not tell for your government or the government you support how that stop? So how long will be continue? Okay, it's been 4 years. So how long will you continue?
We have you and I have to come together and come to one common understanding.
How we can come together? You denying the truth.
I'm not denying it. I'm not denying it. I'm not denying the death. What you are denying is the perpetrator who is doing it. But you are substituting the perpetrator with the person who prevented from happening it, who was supposed to prevent it. You are substituting them. You're not supposed to substitute them. I want to hold the government accountable, like the way you want to. But you don't forget who's doing it, who's planning it, who's organizing it.
If Abiy really don't want that happen, he has the power to do.
The power. Look at the war that's taking place across the country.
No, okay. Even you have any idea how many Liya Oromia region? How many times they graduate from police college?
Yeah, how many are they? How many are they? Tell me how many.
They are more than close to 1 million. That can they can protect like 2 zone or 1 zone. That's nothing. If they really wanted to,
a million, you can graduate 1 million of them. Do you know that there are so many
my brother
sympathize with ONG? Do you know that every time there's so many Oromos who sympathize with ONG? Do you know that? So when you're training some of them have been trained, but their mentality, their psychology is ONG. They are a member of a special force to protect people of all. But let me ask you one question. There's a lot of things, this Amara thing that he wants to fight. Who has the most diverse region in Ethiopia?
Amhara and Oromia.
No.
And the south.
Oromia is the most diverse region in Ethiopia. It has more than 10 to 15 million non-Oromos in Oromia. Do you have 10
in Amhara region too? In Amhara region too, but no one has been kicked out. In Amhara region, also they have their own zone. Each the people who speak. But if maybe 10 million Amharas in Oromia region, they don't give any chance.
There's no region in Ethiopia that has more non-Oromos than Oromia region.
Okay, even they have none. Okay, let me ask you. They have a diversity, right? If they have that much non-Oromo speakers, they not give a chance or no any freedom. But in Amhara region, they have their own representatives. They have their own special zone that they can use their language. But there, no one is use their language. They can't be on a government office.
But those are things that need to be resolved politically. Those are things that need to be resolved politically. Let me give you an idea. Okay, this is one of my students I taught. Okay, is it right for non-Oromo person to tell her that she cannot spell her name in no other way than the way Amhara spell their names?
What are you trying to mix up with?
No, is it right?
What is that? No one is say to spell the name. What is this? Okay, በአማርኛ ምን ማለት ፈልገህ ነው?
ስምሽን የኦሮሞ ስምሽን እንደ አማርኛ ካልጻፍሽው እዚህ ትምህርት ቤት ውስጥ መማር እዚህ ክላስ መማር ትቻይ መባል አለባቸው? ማን አለ? የተባሉ ሰዎች አውቃለሁ እኔ። ኖ
አማራ ክልል 3 ነው 4 ዞን። ኖ ልንገርህ አንድ ነገር አማራ ከሆነ don't talk as this because ላለመስማማት ጸጥለኮን ብለህ መከራከር ሳይሆን ሀቁን ታውቀዋለህ። ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ እውነቱን ለመናገር ምን እንደሚካሄድ ታውቀዋለህ። ዲቴል እንግሊዝኛው በደንብ ስለማልችል ዲቴል እዚህ ማውራቱ ስለማልችል እንጂ ብዙ አሳማኝ የሆኑ ነገሮች አብይ ያንን ኪሊንግ እንደሚደግፍ ማሳያ ብዙ ነገሮች አሉ። ሰሞኑን ያደረገው ክህደት ብቻ በቂ ነው። ህዝቡ አሁን ጦርነት እንዳለ ታውቃለህ። አሁን አማራ ክልል ጦርነት ሆኖ ግን ጦርነት እንዳለቀ አዲስ አበባ ድግስ እየተደገሰ እሱ በዚህ ስምምነት እየተስማማ ምን እያለ ነው የሚደግፈው? የሚገርመው የሚንቀው የሚደግፈውን ማህበረሰብ ነው። አማራ ክልል ያለ ኦሮሞ አለ፣ አገው አለ፣ ምን አለ፣ እነሱ የራሳቸው ዞን አላቸው። ግን ኦሮሚያ ክልል አማራ የሚበዛበት አካባቢ ዞን ኑሮት በራሱ አይተዳደርም ኦሮምኛ ካልተናገረ የመንግስት አገልግሎት እንኳን እንደማይሰጥ ታውቃለህ
እነዚህ ነገሮች ትክክል አይደሉ
እና ይሄን ለማለት ነው አመሰግናለሁ
እነዚህ ነገሮች ትክክል አይደሉም እነዚህ ነገሮች መስተካከል አለባቸው ለማስተካከል ደግሞ መጋፈጥ አለበት
ለመጋፈጥ እናንተ ኢትዮጵያዊ ነን የምትሉ ሰዎች ከሐቅ ጎን ቆማችሁ ይሄ ነገር ትክክል አይደለም ብላችሁ ስደግፉ ነው እንጂ
አብያለማ ያብ ችግር አለማ ይሄ ድሮ የነበር ካቢ በፊት የነበረ ነው
ኖ አሁን ካቢ በፊት የነበረው ችግር አሁን በይፋ ተገልጾ መጣና ካቢ በፊት የነበረው ቢያንስ ሳይለንት ኪሊንግ ነው አሁን ግን is just live the killer is on Facebook they go to live and to kill Amara this is even Facebook allows that I don't know how
because they want to destroy
so they fire the fire all
አገርን destroy ማድረግ ስለሚፈልጉ ነው አገርን destroy ማድረግ ስለሚፈልጉ ነው እንደዛ የሚያደርጉት
okay yeah anyway ሐሳብህ እንዳለ ሆኖ በሐቅ እውነት አሁን ውስጥ በሚያቀው ለማሳመን በመታረገው ሳይሆን አብይ ቢፈልግ ማስቆም ይችላል ምክንያቱም ሁሉም ኢትዮጵያዊ ከሱ ጎን ነበር አሁን ግን ከዚህ በኋላ እንኳን ይሆን አይመስልኝም ሁሉም even more supporters from Amhara region but I don't know why he just attacked and he destroyed the thing anyway thank you so much for
አንድ ጥያቄ አለ ላንተ
እሺ
እኔ ጥያቄ ላንተ ምንድነው መሰለህ አሁን ባለው ስርዓት ማለት ነው በመናየው ነገሮች ኦኬ እያንዳንዱ ነገር ብታየው ከየት እንደሚመጣ ፋንዲንግ ማን ነው ሰፖርት የሚያደርገው ለምን አንድ ኢትዮጵያዊ ነው የሚገላለው ምንድነው አላማው አሁን ምንድነው እንዴት ነው አላማቸው ከየት እንደሚመጣ ብሮቹ እንዴት አድርገው ኢንፍሉዌንስ እንደሚያደርጓቸው እንዴት ታዋል ይሄንን ገንዘብ አለበት የለበትም
ገንዘብ ሊኖርበት ይችላል እሱ አይደለም ግን እኛ ከፈለግን አሁን ለምሳሌ ሰሞኑን አንድ ሆነን ኖሞር ሙቭመንት እንዳደረግነው ሁሉ ብንተባበርና በኢትዮጵያዊ ስም የሚንቀሳቀሰው ሰው በትክክል ይሄ ነገር ሐሳቡ ቢኖርበት መቆም ካለበት ካለ የማስቆም መብት አለን ምክንያቱም ሀገሪቱን የምንጠብቀው እኛ ነን አይደለም እንዴ በየት አድርጎ ነው ብር እስኪላላክ እዛ ያለን ነገር በጣም በየክልሉ ያለ ልዩ ኃይል ምን ይሰራል በትክክል ከሆነ ሶማሌ ልዩ ኃይል አለው ኦሮሞ ልዩ ኃይል አለው አፋር ልዩ ኃይል አለው አማራ ልዩ ኃይል አለው እነዚህ ሁሉ ልዩ ኃይሎች ቢሰማሩ የሚያሸብርን ኃይል ማጥፋት ይችላሉ አይችሉ የሁሉ ጦር ሀገሪቱ ከመከላከያ ልዩ ኃይል ውጭ ከመከላከያ ውጭ እኮ ያለ ኃይል በጣም ብዙ እኮ ነው አንድ ላይ ቢሆን ማለት ነው ግን ስለሚፈለግ ነው ለምንድን ነው መተከል ሲገሉ የአማራ ልዩ ኃይልና ሚሊሻ ገብቶ ይከላከል ሲባል የሚከለከሉት ግብጽ እንደዛ ስላለች ነው ለአብይ ነግራው ነው ብር ከፍላ ነው ለአብይ ማለት ነው እኮ እንደዛ ማለት የአብይ መንግስት ነው መተከል መግባት የለባቸው ማለት ነው
እኔም ነገር ያለሁት ያ ብር ማን ጋር ነው ሄደው ብሩ ማን ጋር ነው ሄደው
ድምጽ ወየኔ ይሁን ያንተ ተበላሽቷል
ኖ ብሩ ወደ ከየት መጣ ማንስ ተቀበለው
I can't hear you I don't know
በጣም ለኔ ይሄ ነገር በጣም ለእንተ በጣም ኢምፖርታንት ነው አይደል በጣም ቁልፍ ነገር ታምናለህ አይደል ለኔ ሰማይ አይሰማም ያንተ ኔትወርክ ነው
አሁን ተስተካክሏል
ኦኬ ይሄ ለአንተ በጣም ኢምፖርታንት ነው አይደል ይሄ ኢሹ በጣም ለአንተ ኢምፖርታንት ነው ብለህ ታምናለህ አይደል ላይክ ለአንተ አይደል
አዎ
ለኔ ኢምፖርታንት እንዲሆን ትፈልጋለህ አይደል
አዎ
እኔም እንዲሆን ፈልጋለሁ እና ጊዜ ሰጠነው በደንብ ምን ነገርበት
እሱን ከፈለግንና እውነት አምላክ እስራኤል እኔ እንዳልኩ የዚህ ሰው እየተጋፈ በሐቅ ምን ሰራ ከሆነና በኢትዮጵያዊነት ኢትዮጵያ እንዳትፈርስ ምን ሰራ ከሆነ ማድረግ እንችላለን ማድረግ እንችላለን
agree that the perspective እኔ ማመጣው ፐርስፔክቲቮች አሉ አንተ ያልተስማማህባቸው
ምክንያቱም የምናየው ነገር ዲናይ ከሆነ ጸጥ ብለህ ለመስማማት ብለህ አትስማማም
ኖ ዲናይ አላደርግም አሁን እኔ ምን ምለው ምንድነው I want you to blame the first and foremost blame መደረግ ያለበትን blame ማድረግ እንዳትረሳ ነው ፈልገው እሱ ማለት ትችላለህ እሱ ጋር ማድረግ ከቻልክ ልንገር እሱ ማድረግ ከቻልክ አብይን እና የአብይን ሰዎች ደጋፊዎች
እሱ ማለት TPLF እና ኦነግ ዋናዎቹ ጠላቶች እኮ እንደሆኑ አቃለውኝ ግን እነሱን ለማጥፋት አብይ ቅንነቱ ካለ ማድረግ እንችላለን ነው እንጂ እኮ አብይ በሚያጠፋው ጥፋትም እኮ ዋና ተጠያቂ ቲፒኤልኤፍ እንደሆነ አውቃለሁ። ምክንያቱም ቲፒኤልኤፍ ነው ይሄን ያሳደገው ሰውየው። አዎ ግን ስቲል ፓወር ላይ እስከተቀመጠ ድረስ ካልቻለ ደግሞ መልቀቅ ይችላል። ከሆነ ደግሞ ሞትን ማስገደድ። እኛ ስልጣን አልፈለግነ እኛንና አስገብተን እስኪ ታስታውሳለህ? እሱ ወደ ስልጣን ሲመጣ ማን ነው በየስቴዲየሙ ሴሌብሬሽን እያደረገ እሱን ስፖርት ሲያደርግ የነበረው? አሁን እንኳን ድረስ እንዳለ ዙሪያው ያሉት ምሁር ምናምን ተብዬዎቹ የዛ ቋንቋ ተናጋሪ ናቸው። ግን እሱ ያን ስለሚያውቅ ስለሚንቅ ነው ክብርም ምንም የለውም። እና ሰዎቹ እንትን ያሉ መስሎት ግን ኢትዮጵያ ማትፈርስ ስለሚመስለው እንጂ ሁሉም ራሱን ይቻል ከተባለ ያው መቼም አይዱ ማለት
አንድ ነገር በሰፊው እናወራበታለን። ተዘጋጅ፣ በሰፊው እናወራበታለን and we will talk in depth about it, and I hope Mika will organize a moment, just a whole session for this. And I think that it's important. Even if I don't, at the end of the discussions, I don't have to agree with you. You need to have your place to be heard.
Exactly.
Okay, we can discuss
that. I can promise you. That I promise you that I would want to hear you. But if we don't agree, yeah, it's fine. But I have a perspective different from you, but doesn't mean I don't necessarily share your point of views. That's what I want to hear. I want to say.
Okay.
Yeah, African farmer. African farmer.
Yes.
I have one question for you.
Okay.
First of all, I appreciate you. You know, don't stop coming here. Please come here. All right. You know, keep raising your voice. Let's have a conversation in a way that we, for us to find, you know, a solution, because that's very important. Like, it's two different people or two different groups that they think different. When we have this conversation, it means we are bringing these two different sides that they believe opposite, but still we can play a role as a bridge to bring people together. Because whatever that is going on in the government, whatever that a leader is doing, whether it's good or bad, everybody will do good and bad. But at the end of the day, people must be united regardless of the leadership is there. Like, it doesn't matter how the leadership it looks like, but we as a people, we need to be united. We need to find a way to be united, because we are the one who risk our lives. We are the one who dies when something goes wrong. So we should find a way to be united, we as people, regardless of the leadership that is there. So my question for you, that is a simple question before I let you go. Do you want a united Ethiopia?
Yes, of course.
And how do you think that can be done? Just shortly, your ideas or your suggestion. How do you think you guys can have a united Ethiopia?
Just to be united, support. Not deny the victims, and together against the attackers, and discuss, come to table, discuss the truth. And then if someone is have a responsible or something have been done, because you're supporting, don't deny that. If we discuss, of course, discuss is starting from for everything.
Yes.
So discuss, try help the victims and stop this massacre, and then allow everybody have their own thing, but don't touch someone's extra.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
All right. You just, you know,
we agree.
It's like the way you build. Yeah, exactly. The way you build bridge is a process. It takes time. Literally, when you build bridge, it takes time. So it takes time. So we will give that time. Like so we will take our time.
African farmer. That's a great idea. And you know, that's why originally I gave you 5 minutes, but I had to just shut up to let this conversation going on, because I think it's important to have this conversation while there's other people waiting down here, and I had to ask them as well. But I did that because I think that this is very important conversation to have this dialogue. So please come back again, because we'll have this session again, and we can have this conversation as many times as we can. Bring all these two sides together.
Mika, I think we should have a session, like you know, really like a whole session where we don't even have any conversation but this, and then, because building bridges, it's a process. It takes time.
Yeah.
So we need to like really. There's a good story where it says, you know, truth comes out of between two rocks here, you know, hitting out against each other. So we want to light up lights and I'm okay with debating you and arguing with you, but my goal is always to connect with you because
That's good. I wish it for myself. If Abi was doing what he speak, I will love to support him forever. But what he said and what is exactly happening on ground is different. That's why I become against. I was his supporter. I have a lot of his picture on my T-shirt. I went to DC for his like ceremony stuff. I was his big supporter, but I can't deny the truth that. And also, when we talk about African United, that's we have to clean from the bottom. That's why I brought this thing. Even I keep coming. And thank you so much for your time. Have a good day. አመሰግናለሁ እናንተንም።
አመሰግናለሁ። Please come again. You'll see the topic very soon.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. This is good. So I have my brother here. They waited for a long time. To Niger and Pi. I would love to give them a chance to share. But again, appreciate you. My brother there. I hope we'll have more of this conversation. And you guys, you know, you're so wise the way that you handle this. All right. Niger, you can go first.
All right. Hi. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Niger, I've been waiting for too long.
Yeah, yeah. I think that guy that came in, what he was saying, it reflects so many things that many of our countries are going through. And it can be a tricky one because almost you find that different groups feel like they are being, you know, something is happening against them and the leader is favoring certain people. And even when in reality, it may not even be true, it doesn't even matter. In Nigeria, the same thing has happened. And the only way you can come close to convincing such people is to understand that they all have their own truths. And there is always an objective truth. And the way to get them to see that is to let them understand that, okay, yeah, these people may be controlling this one, but do you know what you control? Do you know this is not exactly unusual with the numbers? You show them the numbers and let them understand that, because like in Nigeria, you see this, some people in the south be like, oh, the Hausas are controlling everything, Fulanis are doing, but you ask them, but the Fulanis are poorer than you. You have more educated people, you have more technology, you have more advancement, and yet you are envying them. Even if it's not real, they still feel that way. And this is the thing. And what they are, in other words, what they are saying is that they don't have advantage in one aspect of the state, and they expect everything to be even. And it can't be. There is no countries like that. The central areas of America don't get anything close as much resources as the coastal regions. The UK here, the northern regions don't get as much resources as the south. And if we keep doing and I think the reason why in Africa is so acute is because the people see themselves as different from the other groups. So it feels like the other people are doing them in, but they don't see that it's a national thing. They don't see it from the point of view that, okay, this is a whole family and some parts get more resources than the other. It's just what tends to happen in countries. And you can fight to make it even, but you can campaign to make it even. You can legislate, you can do all this stuff to bring resources to different parts of the country, or have, like he was talking about the military, you have some people from the other group join the military. But you don't go about making it something like it's a make or die, and you want to use it to break the country up, stuff like that. And this is what I think many of our people do, and I've seen it in our country. I've seen it in the UK here, but the UK one is not the same. They complain that they don't get enough resources. That's all they complain. It tells you that it's not because it's not tribal, but because they also understand that they're in a country, they don't turn it into something that has to become nasty. And that is something our people really need to learn to change their habit, because the guy was very, very passionate about what he was saying, and I've seen that in Nigeria. And I don't know how we don't seem to have a good relationship with the state in Africa, because our groups are very distinct. Like here, they have northern groups, but they are distinct, but at the same time, they also understand that they are part of a nation. That is what we have to understand. Parts of nations get more resources. It's that simple. Capital cities get more. Those areas tend to get more cities. Commercial capitals tend to get more resources. You can't expect everywhere to be the same. And those areas tend to occupy. Some people tend to be in those areas. Like in Nigeria now, Lagos is the most, like, in terms of resources, a lot of resources goes into Lagos and comes out of Lagos. But the people there, the people that own those areas are basically Yorubas. And to be fair, Nigerians don't even complain about that. That is interesting, because they don't complain about Lagos having so much resources, but they complain about the north that is poorer, controlling the state, controlling the country. You see how the thing doesn't match up. The most educated people are in the south, the most advanced people are in the south, but yet they complain about the north all the time. It's like people complain because they want to take control of something, and they don't understand whether they are taking control unfairly. They don't. It doesn't even matter, because if the south takes control of the north, the running of the country, they control everything. The north doesn't have anything. People have their niches. You have to specialize in your own niche, because that's what creates the balance of a nation. There has to be balance somewhere. You can't just want everything for yourself, and if you don't get it, you tear the whole country apart. I think what the guy is doing is saying, okay, you know what? He is trying to, if he's negotiating, if he's going for a ceasefire, now that's definitely a good thing for him to do, because fighting was always the wrong route to go anyway. But he didn't have a choice. From what I heard about how the whole thing started, he didn't have a choice. You can't leave, key infrastructure in the arms of non-state actors. You can't. No nation would do that. So, but in terms of coming to peace, very, very good move. And in short, it's not even a good move. We were talking about this yesterday, peace or this justice. In this case, forget justice. Peace is most important. Because if you go into look for justice, you're just going to end up causing a lot of bloodshed. And who is going to give all those people justice? So I think peace is the right path to go. And if I'm to add, a bit of criticism is that maybe this stuff wouldn't have happened if the state was stronger. And one of the, I will be talking about even in the Ethiopian army right now, it's not, the size is not enough for a country like that. And a country
I
in
was
that
going to ask that question.
Yeah, the size. No, I have to say that because it's at the core. Yeah. How can Singapore have a proportionally higher size of military, or just name any country?
I was saying Netherlands has $12 billion on their defense budget. Ethiopia's entire government budget is $11 billion. Entire government, all over.
How ridiculous is that? And you know what makes that even worse? You know what makes that even worse? It's not just the figures. The percentage they spend on defense is 0.6%.
Yes.
Why? That's it.
It's about $4 per capita. $4 per person.
It's crazy, because if you have 100 Ethiopian currency, and you decide to spend 0.6% on defense, while Netherlands is spending about 2%, and they have more money, it tells you that they value these things. Is that there's the fact that most of these countries have stability? It tells you there's a wisdom in why they are doing it.
But also, like, look at it from I don't know, Naja, if you can look at it from the nature of given the resource that you are deploying, how is that going to constrain you in your ability to mobilize and execute on providing the security you promise your people?
Yeah. No, repeat the question again, just so that I'll get it precisely.
Given that you have a very limited resource, how does it play out in the way you actually, on a daily basis, on a regular basis, as a governing force, how does that affect your ability to execute on the security promise that you make to the people?
Okay.
Like, the fact that you have that small amount, what does it look like when it plays out on the ground?
you know what? I don't look at the small amount. I look at the proportion that the country has in
the
its pocket.
proportion
It's what
as
you
well.
have in your pocket,
Yeah.
and it tells people, and it shows you what you prioritize. Because if you take 2% of your national budget and you spend it on defense, you are going to employ soldiers. You're going to buy equipment. You are going to, and what that would stimulate is going to stimulate further security, because when you secure that this, if defense is good, you are generally going to have a stronger law enforcement. And if you have stronger law enforcement, you are more likely to have accountability in the system. And if you have that, what do you think will happen? Investment will pour in, and chances of instability, because when people have money in their pocket, they don't buy into any funny the rebellion and all the rest of it. If anybody feels so passionately about their the tribalism, let them be tribal, as long as people have money in their pocket. Because
the reason I ask you the question from another angle is because, so what is the implication of that? What is the implication of not having that? How does it play out on a daily basis?
The implication of not having it, I don't think there is that much of a consequence.
No, like, you know why I ask you? So you have, like, somebody, so we have organized rebel forces, that which I say to a lot of people that are intent on their goal is to disrupt, their goal is to kill, their goal is to do something bad, and then and you have those fires flaring up all over the place. How does that affect you, the fact that you don't have that level of resource?
Yeah, it makes it very difficult. Yeah, you are stretched. That's what's happening in Nigeria right now, because you have a certain limited amount of manpower, and you have to secure the whole country. Remember, if you are going to Tigray, you don't exactly leave the other border open just because you don't have any obvious enemy from that side, because that's how nations fall. You still have to secure the other parts of the country, so you get stretched, and that's happening in Nigeria, and you see that in many African countries. The moment they have one problem, suddenly they find that they don't have enough men. And look at what happened during this conflict. The president was, or the prime minister of Ethiopia, was calling for people to come and join. You didn't need to do that if you had your house in order in the first place. And this is why even some of those rebel groups, some of their leaders, when I was watching one of their videos, he was describing the Ethiopian army as just a militia. Because our people don't take care when the sun is shining. While you have peace, that's when you need to put these things in order. Stop spending 0.2% in this thing on defense. Spend 2%, 2.7% on defense. Defense is very important. It's very important to all of us. We do it in our houses every day. We put all kinds of stuff to secure our doors. We lock our houses when we go out. But somehow, in national terms, oh no, it doesn't matter. Let's just send 0.5% on defense and leave the youths that don't have jobs on the street, instead of them to be securing the country. And we rely on foreigners all the time to come and bail us out. We can't be doing this. It's sickening. I'm telling you, when I start talking about this, it gets me really cross, and I wonder what is wrong with our people and our leaders. Why do they keep doing this? They keep calling, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, come and give us drones. Everybody come and save us. What are you doing with the millions of people you have in your country? Are they dolls or like paper toys? They are human beings, and men like those men you are asking to come and save you. I find that very frustrating. It happens in Nigeria a lot, and I think Nigerians they've stopped saying that now, because there was a time even a senator came on this and said we should ask for help. There's no shame in asking for help. What? It's actually the opposite. It's very shameful to ask another woman's husband to come and save you. Jesus Christ! How can grown men, ask another woman's husband, you know what, come and save me? Are you going to give him your wife? Are you? This is a shameful state of affairs. And I think people are beginning to go back from that now in Nigeria. But the continent, if you look at the way we behave, is basically what we are. Mali, recently, they said, French soldiers, let's scale down your numbers. We don't want many of your people in this country. Scale down. Remember, scale down, not go away. Scale down, and then we bring 1,000 Russians in to come and train our soldiers. It's like, your men don't know how to shoot guns. people, it's not that hard to train in military. Why do they always seem to think that you have to always get people out from outside to train your military? Or even if you have to get 10. Knowledge transfer is very easy. You don't need 1,000. I don't get this thing our people keep doing. Mali has got about 20 million people, and they keep bringing foreigners in to come and help them. Same thing with Central African Republic.
Yes,
I don't understand why they keep doing this. We should stop it. That's all I'm saying. We should stop that. And if we had done that, the Ethiopian situation may not have arisen. You see why Eritrea never has this problem. Eritrea is the only sub-Saharan African country that has got its military house in order. The only sub-Saharan African country that has got a military house in order.
It's called deterrence, right? It's called
you deter people from doing all kinds of things, and within the state there is order. You don't have
anarchy.
another
country. So,
pardon?
Tanzania is also another country that has, I don't know how much they spend money on security, but the security apparatus seems to be good.
Let me just.
I think northern Somaliland, they have 1 million troops too.
1 million?
Oh, really?
No.
They have 1 million. They don't say who funds them though.
Size. Let me confirm now. Somalia, you mean?
No, northern Somalia, the one that separated from Somalia. Yeah.
Raised teaching military in annually. Oh, Tanzania has a terrible military size. Actually, they have 27,000. That's terrible.
No, 1 million. They have 100,000.
Tanzania has 27. Then Somalia military.
Tanzania 27,000. That must
You'll
be
shocked. You'll be shocked how our countries are behaving. People just don't understand these numbers.
Population of Tanzania, what? I thought it was 60 million.
Yeah, but look at their military size now. Military size. Yeah, active personnel in Somalia, 15,000. Active.
That's the like Somalia. This Somaliland is kind of de facto breakaway.
Okay, Somaliland military size.
Yeah, you can check it. I'm pretty sure it's 100,000.
Yeah, it's 100,000. And population, let me get population, Somaliland population. I don't know their population, but let me just confirm.
I think it's 4 to 5 million, something like that.
Population. If that is the case, population, you see what I mean? And Somaliland, are they in peace?
No, like even on the street, they have open air like money sellers. No one steals anything.
Yeah,
no one would dare
you see what I mean? You see the correlation? Are you beginning to see the correlation between the size of their military to the population and relative peace that they endure? Somaliland is the one I've heard, even from when Wodemaya, I think one of these YouTubers went there, and I was like, wow, this will have peace. I thought Somalia everywhere was just on fire, but they have peace. And if you look at the military size to their population, look at that, 3.5 million, and they have 100,000. Ghana has 30 million people and has got 15,000 active personnel. That is crazy. Many African countries are doing this. And if you look at the countries that have got enough military, even if their region is on fire, they are still peaceful. Eritrea is an example, except somebody attacks Eritrea. Somaliland is another example. This is how other nations do it. I don't understand. It's not even rocket science. And our nations don't do it. And this is something I think we should be demanding.
Sometimes it's just a nature of like bodies, right? Presence. Being present is also
bodies. Exactly. Just bodies.
Yeah.
Because you know what they say here in the UK? You put security guards in shops, not necessarily to arrest people, just to deter them.
Yes.
Just their presence alone will make people want to behave themselves. When a police car is driving along the express road, you notice that all the other drivers just start slowing down and driving more, following the code, driving code. But the moment the police vehicle disappears, everybody just steps on the accelerator. That is the nature of human beings. You have to have a level of security to foster stability. And our nations, it's almost like it's willful, because I can't believe they don't know this. It's almost willful. They don't have enough of these people. And the weirdest thing about it all is that you are employing your people. It's a win-win. You are employing people, giving them jobs and purpose. And then, because you have stability, foreign investment will pour in. Your people that used to run out of your country will be returning back.
Yes.
It's crazy stuff. This stuff pays for itself. Common sense things, and our people are not doing it. This is why I keep saying our people need to start demanding this as a matter of fact. You tell them not just security, say, hey, clearly this is not normal. Our country is not like normal countries. We don't have the numbers. Why don't we have the numbers? Explain this to me. Because you might have peace today, doesn't mean you will have peace tomorrow.
No.
Because your country will be that easy to destabilize.
But I wanna ask this question, Nigel, and then I'll go to Pi as well. So I mean, I see someone here commenting. This is Awo Ahmed. I think she's from Somalia. I think we had a conversation before. She says northern Somalia is peaceful because of the people agree on it. It's not because of the military guys. All right, this is someone that is coming from there. But
Yeah,
another
he's going to say
question
that now.
yeah, another question that I want to ask you is this: that we have seen a lot of cases, like even in Sudan, military taking over the government. So this, it could be something that, of course, defending the nation, but also it could be dangerous to have, a lot of military in the house. Let's say that they don't agree with the president, they could easily take him down. And in Africa, as Nigeria,
That
there's
could be
there's a lot of military, police brutality. You remember NSAS, it happened in Nigeria. That's the same thing. So having more power to military, also it's a risk to the rest of people, because we have people who they can actually take advantage of normal civilians, by beating them, by killing them, like what happened in your country, or what happened in some other countries that they're taking over the government. So I think there might be a fine line there to have something like that, where people, they cannot even have freedom to talk, to do anything, because there's military everywhere, and you don't have that freedom. So we see that in some of the countries that they have, that a huge number of people. Like, I don't know if I can connect this, but I think it could be one of the factors. Where
Well,
is the
Mika, that could be said for the opposite too. So the countries that are not investing enough on the military, the little military they have, the one they have, they have a higher propensity to do what you call coup d'etats. Because
exactly, look at all the countries that are having
insecurities, and then they have good excuses. And then the more secure a country is, the more stable the country, the more democratic, the more economically prosperous it is. You can always say, like, have a way of kind of like putting the necessary leash on the military. Does that make sense? I don't know.
Yeah, it makes sense, but
you don't ostracize the military. The reason why militaries take over is because they ostracize.
Wait, Mika, your question was correct. Your question was correct. I was just saying that I could see it the other way too. That's what
exactly. Yeah, but so after that, what I want to add to that is that I think there must be another way. I mean, we need to have that defense, and especially when it comes to externally, right? When you see like there's a nation in Africa fighting with some other nation outside of Africa, right? We need to have a strong defense in Africa to defend ourselves. I agree with that. But when you're talking about just in a particular country, there must be another way to have peace with one another without relying and depending on the on the military. That's what I'm trying to ask you. Like, does this mean that we don't have any other option to work on our issues to make sure that we do have? I'm not saying that defense is not important, but I'm just laying down all those things for you to think and to see. To Niger? I'm losing to Niger. Oh, that was very.
Maybe the question was too important.
Yeah, because here you can like
take time. Yeah.
No, yeah, this is very.
If I can say something about it, like, I think like what you need to do is that, like, if you think of security and isolation, just like, oh, you need security, then without necessarily really thinking and integrating it with the broader broader imperatives of nation building. Because there are other aspects of nation building that are important. Your security is a tool. Security is a tool instrument of achieving that. It's not a substitute for having good government. It's not a substitute for having good justice and court system. It's not a substitute for helping people have opportunities. So you can't substitute it. What it does allow you is it helps you to create the conditions necessary so that those who are intent on exploiting vulnerabilities in your country or from within or from outside, those intent on exploiting those vulnerabilities don't have the means of doing it. So that's what you want the military, the security apparatus, not just the military, but the security apparatus that recognizes that we need to make sure peace and security is available so that the courts can be held on time. And they can you can send the police somewhere and arrest somebody who's suspected of committing a crime and be able to bring them to court and have them their due process of being whether they are guilty or not, or any victims that needs some redress. So the security apparatus have to be there to provide the kind of cover you need to do those things, and they require resources. I mean, if you send somebody from A to B, there's fuel they have to pay, there's salary you have to pay, there's safety for them that you have to pay because you're putting them on the line of safety. There's all sort of things that are expensive to do. And so when I always keep going back to the Netherlands because it's a tiny, small country with so much impact in the world. $12 billion is not for nothing. They are spending it on important stuff like that.
Okay, I want to give a chance to my brother Sadeke as well to share something because he had something to share when we were having conversation area. But then I'll come back to you, Niger. I'll come back to you.
All right.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to comment on African farmers' comments just a little bit, and then and also the current discussion. Maybe to start from the current discussion, I would say quality is more important than quantity. So when I say quality, I'm not thinking of the skills or the military training. That's very easy to do. The most difficult thing to do is indoctrination. Okay, so what kind of doctrine does that military follow? Okay, what values is that military based on? Okay, so basically a national military will always try to defend the constitution. That's the reference. Okay, so if the constitution is violated, then whoever violates it, whether it is the prime minister or the president or somebody, that's why it gives them the leeway to say, okay, we need to do a coup d'etat. Okay, so if there is no national consensus on the constitution, or if there is no national values which are really underpinning the doctrine of a military, that's where the problems lie. And what I believe in Africa, what we lack is there's too much tampering with our constitution from external forces in such a way that our constitutions are really flawed and give the chance for division among ourselves. And you can see the example of Somalia, you can see the example of Ethiopia and so on. And even if they have reservation on that, they have at the back of their mind, the Westerners or the colonizers, they have at the back of their mind, okay, we could utilize this, okay, we could let them do what they like. We could just propagate some propaganda of the oppressed and the oppressor within ourselves. They try to advertise that, and we feel like we came up with our own institution, but that's not the real case. We are designing a constitution that actually helps them manipulate at any time. So these are like time bombs. So the military can always use that as a pretext to do anything. So if you look at the U.S. military, for example, okay, you don't even have a chance of thinking about a coup d'etat or something. We don't actually have that idea because it's the American army.
But they
Okay.
thought about it in Trump era for the first
Yeah.
time in his time.
Yeah.
Definitely,
Yeah, but again, that was not possible because
yeah.
At the end of the day, if you look at whoever really talks about America, they talk about the American values. They talk about defending American citizens wherever they are. That's what they are inculcated in. Even if they go to the Vietnam, even if they go to Afghanistan, they are always brainwashed. The American military are brainwashed to think that even if they go and kill, somebody in Afghanistan, they feel like they are defending the American people from terrorism or something like that. It's all about indoctrination. Okay. So we don't have that kind of indoctrination because we don't even agree on the doctrine in Africa. So we need to start, building the values. It's not about the number. One sister told us about Somaliland or northern Somalia. She said it's not about the military, it's because we believe in it. Even if it is three people who are protecting that country, okay, they could they could they could put their lives online to defend that country because they believe in it. They believe in those values. Okay, so
But this it's a decade. What is?
Let him finish
Let me
first,
ask a
Ezra.
question
Let
on
him
that.
finish.
Let me ask a question.
yeah, let him. I can ask. I can answer the question. Maybe
Yeah, because I wanted to extend a little bit on that because it's a very powerful point, but I sense there's limits, right? There are limits. There are limits to the power of indoctrination. There are limits to the power of budgeting. So, what are the limits of it? Doctrine, and where does budgeting and financing your resource come?
Yeah, but the budgeting and financing also is important for indoctrination. So it's not about, of course, resources are very important, but the if you spend lots of money on military, okay, or maybe Niger was even suggesting 2%, 5% or something, and then you lack the amount of money that you need for example, health, which actually needs 15% of budget, but most Africans are budgeting like 4% or less. Okay, there was an Abuja declaration, for example, to allocate 15% of our GDP for health. We need. Remember, we are talk about injustice. Okay, all conflicts usually arise from injustice, right? And when we talk about injustice, we talk about basic welfare, basic well-being, security, and so on. So when people lack those things, they will go to conflict. So if you are talking about we need to think about prevention. Okay, how do you prevent that? When you prevent that, you need to balance. Okay, we could say, okay, you could increase the amount of GDP that you spend on military, but then you are taking away from some of the essential things that the country needs. Okay, so that
Health,
creates injustice,
education.
and then education and so on. I would say we need to invest more on education and health rather than anything, not military. Okay,
What if your
the
GDP is very
military has
small?
to be the military has to learn to be efficient rather. Okay, how do you become efficient? By preventing conflicts. How do you prevent conflicts? By addressing the values. Okay, how do you address the values? By investing on education. Okay, Minister of Education, you are Minister of Education, so that's why we need to promote that. So I think um, when we educate our children, they will aspire to be, for example, a military personnel. Why? Because that's based on the values. They value being a military person or a police or something like this because that's the value that's attached to it. But what happens if the military misbehaves? If a military a person in uniform kills their children or kills their mother or something, what do they aspire to? They definitely would hate that uniform. Imagine, we need to imagine everything. Okay, so um, that's where the indoctrination is very important. The other thing that I want to say, maybe with regards to what African farmer was saying, and he was really passionate, and I also like to thank him if he's really also present to hear my comment, is that there is this arises from the political cynicism that we have experienced as Africans. And it's not only actually this political cynicism is not only in Africa. Okay, it's a worldwide phenomenon, and it's definitely attached to identity. Okay, and identity is not about having enough bread to eat or something. It's not about having shelter. It's more complex than that, and people sometimes simplify it to the level that that is not possible, because for example, African farmer was suggesting why does Abiy continue with the same constitution that he has inherited from TPLF, while he knows that it is the source of the problem. But we have at least young people as old as Mika, who have been raised with that constitution, with those values. Okay, they are already as old as Micah. This is like 3 decades of work. How do you unravel that?
That's about 70%. Anyway.
Yeah, so how do you unravel that within a day or two? You cannot do that, because you need to respect those values. People are raised with that within that frame of mind. Even our African farmer, I sense that has played a part in his perception. Okay, because all of us have been raised in such a way that we are fenced away from others. Okay, we are not able to feel the pain of others. We are only feeling the pain of ourselves or our own identity. And unless you are somehow from a mixed ethnicity, or you are raised in a metropolitan city or something like that, it's very difficult for you to actually listen to others. That's how grateful it was. Okay, so uh, to unravel that, it takes time, like what Isra was saying. So, but these conversations are very important, because but what I wanted to convey is that it's not denial. Okay, it's the perception. People can have a different opinion when they are presented with definite facts, and the way they say it, and the way they express themselves, and the way they do it might be different. And the last thing that I want to say is, if we really relegate African problems into blaming just one leader or the other, what happens is that no one would aspire to be a leader. Okay, unless they really want to be a dictator, and they really want that power. The true leaders would not come to the place, because they always would feel the pressure. They will always feel like misjudged, with whatever intention they have, because sometimes leaders would have good intentions, but then they would make bad decisions. Okay, sometimes we have to be a little bit less cynical in what we suggest. So sometimes we have to be critical, but not cynical. Okay, not all people do mistakes with bad intentions. So sometimes they do it to appease others. Sometimes when you are a leader in a country where there are complex interests which are really competing with each other, sometimes Abiy sometimes makes a mistake of trying to appease some group of people and makes a mistake in his wording or something, and then when he goes to the other group he says a different thing, and then that creates a mistrust. I understand that, but then it's really difficult. I would say it's really difficult to really be in a certain, because it's easier to be in a certain position of one ethnicity or something and then complain, but it's difficult to be a leader of a country with different ethnicities and trying to address all things at the same time. Thank you very much.
Appreciate Sadeke. Very constructive ideas. I appreciate. I want to go to Pi first, and then I'll go to Niger because he has some questions to answer, and then I'll go to His Excellence, the Brain, for closing statement. Yes, Pi. Yeah, you waited for a long time. Blessed up.
No,
You
no,
gotta.
it's fine. I was enjoying the conversation.
That's
Yeah.
good. That's good.
One thing that I wanted to ask, actually, both you, Ezra, and Nika, do you think that we would benefit from like a like we can use this channel maybe like 12 times a year whenever there's an emergency issue? You could have like a report, like one in French, one in like Swahili, one in Emmerich, one like Arabic, like whatever is going on that's an emergency issue in Africa. Like you can do like the video and like translate it, like kind of like a mini news story or whatever. Like for example, I give you an example of how I think this is important. Like we said it 1,000 times before, like the dam. Like you could go to someone in Sudan, like someone that you know in Sudan, and like when there's flooding, like when there's if there's flooding like in the country and they're dealing with flooding, and then the government's saying something totally different, that the dam is going to take away water. You could have a real conversation with someone like that to prove that that is not true, like with someone that's actually on the ground. Because I think that I mean, some of us agree with what African Farmer was saying. Some of us don't agree with whatever. But I think that he was saying one of the things that I did like that he said that we should we all live in different places. We should be getting information from people on the ground as well, because we all live in so many different places. But do you think that would be valuable? Like if we had like a translation, I know it's kind of hard because we don't have one language, but I think if we had
It's
like a
definitely.
translation, yeah, I think we have like a translation of one
It's
video,
possible.
like from
Yeah.
6 to 7 languages, right?
Yeah.
And then because the reason why this channel is not as popular as it should be is because we're speaking English. Like only
Yeah.
12% of us speak English in like Africa. Like if
Yeah,
we I think we have all the regions and it's like neutral information, like there's no agenda, whatever. I think that will help. Like, but I wanted to hear you and Ezra's perspective on that.
I think that's a great idea. We need people from everywhere. Actually, those are kind of suggestions we saw for a while,
Yeah,
even
like someone
for
that can
French-speaking
translate, like how,
countries
like
as well.
I know Biggie sometimes translates in French and Emmerich.
Yeah. French-speaking countries. We need people like Mr. Obang, people who they are there, somewhere in the middle to represent people, right? For those people who will come and translate and do all this kind of stuff. Um, so if you're out there, this could be one of the ask. But I know, like as you said, we have people here who can speak multiple languages. So when it comes to the issue, let's say we are talking about issue about Sudan, specifically about Sudan, we definitely need somebody who can actually speak the language of Sudan, which is Arabic, to be able to speak out to people in Sudan. But I think that's something that we can work on. It's a lot of work, but it's something that we can work on. I would take that suggestion definitely.
But to me, what I've suggested in the past before, I think that's something that Mika is working on. Have this channel operating 24 hours, and then divide each sections into different like components, where you have like where you have right now the English, but you can also have the French section. You can
Yeah.
also have the different language, African language sections. Just open 24 hours. What they will need is, the problem is ownership of the platform, making sure there's compliance, because there's all sort of things that comes with ownership of such platform. And if you speak in a certain language that Mika doesn't know, and how does he monitor what they say in a different language, that could jeopardize the the
integrity,
security of
So
the.
making sure
That's the
that
thing
they
you have to look
complies with
at
the
too.
whole.
But one
Yeah.
of the things you could do managers. You could have managers in the background. They are managed from one center. Everything is managed from one center. The sessions are managed from so you have production team man. So you have to have production team. So the people. So you might have to have select. You can definitely get somebody from Sudan, like that is going to cover Arabic. You can definitely get somebody who's French. You can definitely get some Amharic and some other Ethiopian languages as well. If that's you can definitely get Swahili people. So you can definitely get some Southern language, Southern Africa Bantu languages, and in East Africa, in West Africa, generally French and English tend to be okay because then for the much larger concentration of the population tend to speak this foreign language than any other part of Africa, I think. But but adding that 24-hour running with a production team, in the center, like in Dar es Salaam, based in Dar es Salaam, or like with some authority from Dar es Salaam. When I mean Dar es Salaam, I mean Mika here. That's one of the things we could do.
Yeah, definitely. We spoke about that. It's something that we're working on, and for that, we need to finish. What we're working on behind the scene.
Because
So for
what,
that
what, I,
thing,
what I, the reason why I asked you is because I know we're talking about defense, but that's definitely important. I totally agree with 100% with everything Tanaja is saying. But part of the problem is one of the reasons why these wars start in the first place is because of misinformation between two parties in a country that are fighting on information that is not even true. So if you as like a team, whether it's on YouTube or when the platform is big enough, so you can have your own platform off of YouTube, so they don't censor you. If you have like maybe 70-80% of the population, you have someone that speaks English, Arabic, French, Swahili, whatever. If they speak all of those languages, like no agenda, just neutral information of what's going on the ground, and you have that as a platform, you can just change stuff like that. Like conflicts wouldn't even start in the first place. I know you suggested what other things that you can do. I think that's one other thing.
Membership will go through. Membership will go up too. Membership will go up.
Yeah.
Presence will go up.
But part of the problem is because YouTube is an American platform, they'll censor the information. Like there's some YouTube channels where they're doing pro US stuff, so they manipulate the views. They give them more views, which means they give them more money. There's not a reflection of more views. Or if there's something that's going against their platform, they'll show less views. So you think that you have less views, you think you have less live than you actually have. It was kind of like a manipulation. But I think that when the platform is big enough, you can go off YouTube.
Ultimately, is creating your own platform for sessions like this. You can,
like Swahili Nation Network.
Programs, right?
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, that's good. We've been talking about that for a while. And yeah, this year it's a year of action, so expect a lot. And Ezra, I was always kind of like, I was not saying this in the last year. I was telling to Niger that we have a plan. We have a plan, because he was mentioning that 3 hours is not enough. This is something that should go on. And I was like, there's something we're working on. There's something we're working on. This is a year of action. So hopefully we'll be able to, hopefully to start this year and to have something. And, you also need to have, committed people who will be willing, like, for example, Pastor Ezra. He's always here, to cover. Whenever that I'm not, available, he'll be here. I'll stay for 3 hours, 4 hours, 4 hours to do that. He's just doing it, for out of his love for Africa and for the movement. So even people who are willing to actually do that, to some point, because where we are right now, it's hard to put somebody and then to to pay them or to do something like that. So you need people who are willing and people who are wanting. For example, there's one person here commented something. Please, you can send me your work in oneafricaofficial@gmail.com, and then we can continue to have a conversation there. That's amazing. We could use that.
Well, that's actually back when I was just listening. Like I was just listening to. I wasn't on live. I was actually too shy to come on live. Actually, I was listening like pretty much. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So Tunisia, you didn't answer those questions. You disappeared all of a sudden.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries.
My connection went off. Yeah, you see, they try to from what they are saying that the education system and the healthcare, what people keep missing is that they can't even use their own homes to as a simple example. Are you going to be worrying about hospital bills when your door is open? Are you going to be worrying about hospital this in education when you don't have door in your house? The thing is, because you don't know whether you're going to leave to go to school if you do that, and you can't outsource or shortchange or get it cheap. You can't put a price on your survival and your children's survival. It should be that and period. But then, if you look at the numbers, Eritrea has a higher literacy rate than most of the countries we are talking about that don't have it. Somaliland has one of the highest literacy rates I've seen on the continent. Yeah, they have a sizable military. The reason why this is happening is because they have the space to organize themselves. You have to earn it. We keep going on all these things on the cheap because we think when we get ourselves education and pay for healthcare, the security then we take care of. He said, no, we've been doing it the wrong way around. That's why we keep failing and failing and failing. And the secret is so obvious. I keep saying it. It's right there. Check other countries. The countries that are doing better, they tend to have better security. Some people talk about quality. Even when they have higher quality, they still have higher numbers. How crazy is that? That's how bad our situation is. They have higher quality and they have higher numbers.
Nigel, can I interject and then add a little bit of data for you? Just data. Okay, like education data. Ethiopia spends about $94 per capita per child. At the beginning of the education cycle, there are over 30 million, according to, if the data is accurate or not, that's something else. Over 30 million people at the beginning of the education cycle. At the tail end of the education cycle, 500,000 somewhere, give or take. That's what you have. When I say the end of cycle, 12 years of cycle. So what happens to every drop of the is it comes down to you don't have the resources sufficiently enough to successfully implement an education system that you cannot finance. And why you cannot finance it? You are totally insecure. And so that insecurity, whether it's quality security, whether it has all this indoctrination that you're talking about, which I think I agree with in large part with Sadega. But just to add to these things, it is like how can you solve an education system that's broken like that? 30 million at the beginning and then 500,000 at the end.
Yeah, that tells you the disruptions that is going on. It's not because the government didn't have the will to do it. Like you said, 30 million stars and they don't end up. Because our people keep putting the cart before the horse all the time. If you put one first, yes, see, military can backfire. The road backfires all the time. Do you see people saying, you know what, I'm not going to use the road. I'm going to use the bush path. Mm-hmm. There's so many things in life that can it's always a two-edged sword sometimes. Mm-hmm. But in the end, remember, that military is still your military. Would you rather have a foreign military be the one coming? Because when you don't have it, that's what you are asking for eventually. A foreign military will come there and do the same thing to you. How many occupations have you seen in this world that has been nice?
None that I can recall.
Your people is better than anyone else, and your people strong is always better than anyone else. Because what we have now, we are still having military anyway. Would you not rather have a strong military instead? Our suffering, we are already suffering anyway. Would you not rather suffer for something? Because I think some of the calculations we make is often wrong. We think we are going to go one end and just paper over the cracks and think that crack is going to remain in place. No, it's going to blow up and it's going to come back to bite us again. Over and over again. In short, my argument is it makes itself. Because for the last 60 years, we've been doing it. We've seen, this is why people are puzzled. Why is it that we're messed up? Look at the signs, they're all there. The results are all there. Look at the countries that are secure, they're all there. Don't take my word for it.
I definitely, agree with with you guys. And I think what Tunaija is saying, because you mentioned like we are spending 0.0 something. Why not putting 2%? 2%, it's still, at some extent it's still little, but it's something. At least it's something compared to what we are spending on right now. So I do understand your argument, the point that I think we need to spend a little bit more than what we do right now, in defense, and we need to focus on that because it will help us in a lot of issues that we're going through. And
But
that's,
Mika, there's another issue here is that even if you spend 2% of your GDP, you have to ask how much is your GDP. Your GDP is an indication of your productivity, your ability to generate and mobilize. How much are you able to mobilize even out of GDP? Is it 9%, 15%, 20% of that? So those are those things. So the fact that like the Ethiopian economy, I always use the Ethiopian economy as an example. The Ethiopian economy at this time right now, relative to let's say Nigeria, it should be somewhere around 200 and 300 billion dollars.
Yeah.
It should be, but it is 100. It's 90 something 100. So that means it is. So imagine the opportunity cost every year, or what it should be, what it is not. And every year you're not that. That's what you are not able to spend on education. And the reason you are not that is because the sense of security that people should feel to be able to say, oh, I'll take a risk, and I will invest my income here. I will invest my economy here, my saving here. I will save more because I feel secure. I will invest more if I feel secure. Because that sense of investment and security, it's not even foreigners coming in. The internal mobilization. I've looked at the Ethiopian ability to mobilize. You have to mobilize at least 20% of your GDP every year in the form of saving. Ethiopia's mobilization is like somebody who have to do the digging is very low. It's very, very low. And then who is going to fill the gap? The foreigners. And the foreigners, they'll give you a stamped amount. They will never give you. So what you end up is the Swedish government will tell you your education is important. For that, we'll give you 100 million euro. And then we think, oh, that's a lot of money. And you ask yourself, would the Sweden on the other side give that much to his education system? You said, like, for a Swedish, that money is an insult for their education system. Because they spend $9 billion on their education. Ethiopia spent 5% of its budgets, government budgets, on education, which is good, above average. Sweden spent about 6% of its budgets on education. It's not far from them. As a percentage, we're not far from each other. But the absolute value, $12,000 per child in Sweden, and then $94 per child on average in Ethiopia. I'm giving you rough numbers here. I could be wrong, up plus or minus, but I'm not going to be too wrong on this one. And I guarantee you, the education system we are implementing is similar to what Sweden has, but Sweden backs it with their money. We don't have the money to back it. Not that we don't want to. We just don't have it. We don't have the economic means by which we can implement even a bad education policy, let alone a good education policy. And then the security comes in, is because that's when the resources have to be mobilized. And for resource mobilization, basic fundamental security is necessary. And whether it comes in a form of quality, some kind of indoctrination, value-based, and combined with numbers and all of that, the detail of it is up to each country, based on the circumstances.
I think building a military is not rocket science. I think our forefathers have been building militaries forever. We can easily build a military. You just need to give them a marching order. Military, even warlords know how to create a military, not to mention this thing. See, the money you have is what you use. You start from where you are. My problem is that we never really started. Our nations never really had a solid foundation. And if you look at it right now, we were basically existing on a wind and a prayer, really, as they say. That's what we were doing. Because if you ask anybody now, any African, which I disagree, that, well, if those Westerners wanted to invade us, who can stop them? Most of our Africans will tell you, nobody. They can come and take whatever they like. And yet these same people, they go to their house, they secure their houses. And when you tell them, Maybe you shouldn't have your country like that. They start talking about education, talking about farming, talking about all the other things. Without security, you have forfeited your life. What is the use of education? What is the use of healthcare? You have forfeited those things already. It's just that simple. How the equation, the people seem to comparing the two, it just tells you that we have been conditioned to think this way. People in the West don't think like that. Too. For them in the Europe here, they don't play with it. Their security, anybody that wants to build a nuclear bomb, you will see the protesters come out and protest, but the person that actually gets their way is the one that wants to build a bomb. Anybody that wants to renovate their defense and wants to spend money on defense, that's the one that tends to win the election here. Even if they tell you that they are liberal, they are all the rest of it, but they will still vote him in to reinforce their even the president of the United States now that is supposed to be like liberal. He is one of the most hawkish ones. He's the one that is causing all the problem for Ethiopia right now. And Somalia. These people, they don't take their eye off the ball, whether it's liberal or not. Their eye is on the ball. Because that part, they don't concede it because their threat assessment is through the roof. And our people, given everything that is going on, it's like it's not the same game. We are not playing the same game here. This is not time to be talking about borehole, this. We need to fix the roof. We need to fix our doors. Make sure that our house don't cave in. We are lucky we are still standing today. And it's because we like to think that, we're colonizers. Because some of our forefathers actually fought. Some of our forefathers actually survived. They endured so many things for us to be here today. The Red Indians are not there. If you go to America, you really have to seek them out to find them. The Australian Aboriginals, you have to seek them out to find them. New Zealand, those ones too, the same thing. It's not easy. And we have a large continent and we have to take control of it. If we don't take control of it, they will keep controlling it, and everything we keep saying that we will lose it. If you want education, you're going to lose it. If you want healthcare, you're going to lose it. If you want this thing, what they call it, you should just name it. You will lose all of them eventually, and you will lose your land. These people, the proportion, the differences between their wealth and our wealth is too high. The one we can match them, at least come close to matching them, is with the numbers and with our own security. When Americans went to Vietnam, what did the Vietnamese tell them? You might be able to kill 10 of us, but if we kill one of you, we win the war. Because numbers matter.
Vietnam, they have 5 million in reserve. Like their military, they have 5 million because they have to have threat assessment for both US and China. So
they were not taking prisoners, and they fought to the end. And look at it, they have their country now.
Niger, Sadeke, he has a question for you, and then I'll go to Biggie, and we'll close because this conversation it's 4 hours right now. Mr. Sadeke.
Yeah, Niger, I wanted to ask you. I know you're passionate about spending more on the military. I will give you the example of Ethiopia, and then you can comment. Ethiopia was already known to have one of the best military in Africa. Okay, when during the previous regime, during the TPLF time, and but after this conflict, no one can deny that although there was initially there was a gain with the help of the Eritrean army and so on, later on there was of course a big imbalance and there was difficulty in it's a really difficult situation. And that why that happened, it's because the military was divided. Okay, the military was divided, ethnically profiled, and when the Northern Command was attacked, it was ethnically motivated. So how can you, even if you spend a lot of money on a military, if it's not united in a certain value or doctrine, or if that value is not developed from the beginning, I would say it would be detrimental even to your own country. That's my comment. So can you comment on that?
Sadek, can you add also that to that, during the Derg, they spent even more money on military and then crumbled into pieces, right? That's another dimension.
Yes, and one of the reasons that was maintained was, by that time, one of the very good things that the TPLF and its allies did at that time was they maintained their values and discipline, and this was commented by many of the previous times. So somehow, if you don't have a real motivation, what happens is, if the military feels like they are killing some poor people who are fighting for injustice, once they feel that like that, they start surrendering, they start defecting from the military, or they might be even just manipulated by a small amount of money that they get from the other side or something like that. They are not willing to die for that cause. So that's my comment. So it's a valid thing. During the Derg regime, it was one of the best. It had air, and it had everything at that time, but it crumbled.
Yeah, about the TPLF, from what I can see so far, let me just ask you one question. When did they come into power? The TPLF, when did they come into power?
1991.
1991. Okay, so when they came into power, the military was a lot less, and it was towards the year 2000s. That's when they increased it dramatically to around 300 and something thousand, which is quite impressive because, for sub-Saharan African country, that's quite high, but nothing even as close as that of Algeria alone. Algeria has got 700,000 soldiers for 40-something million people, and their only enemy is their next door neighbor, Morocco. Maybe they hate the French too. So that's today. That's what they've got today. And it tells you that even at our best, we are still not even competing with others enough. And I agree that at least 300 something is better than 150 or so that they have now. And the quality matter. I agree that when you are building a military, generally building a military tends to force people together, because when you go into a war and you fight it, you train together and all the rest, it tends to bring people together. That's why even in the US you find that the military, the color divide is not as strong in the military. You have black people, you have all Indians, you have all kinds of people in the military. It tends to gel more easily because military is very simple. You follow the rules, generally you rise. And if you don't, then you fall. The question is, why did Ethiopia decide to downgrade their security posture? Because during that period, if I'm not mistaken, is when they built the dam and all the rest of the stuff that they were doing during that period. And somehow, somewhere in the 2000s, it just slumped to 100 and something thousand. And I'm not sure that it was a good idea. So in my mind anyway, I always feel like sub-Saharan African countries, we need to upgrade our security posture. We can't, no matter what. For me, it's life and death now. You have foreigners all over the place in the East. Look at Djibouti. It's like a supermarket for military bases. Come on. This is not.
That's messed up.
I don't want to laugh, man, but this guy is too much.
They just all over the place there. They just come in. Anybody just can just pay the government and say welcome.
By Niger.
It's like anybody can just come and rent a place there and put a military base there. It doesn't matter where they are coming from. And the only people that don't have military base in Djibouti are Africans. It's ridiculous. Maybe they should have a Nigerian military base there.
You're
At
killing
this
me,
rate,
man.
what's wrong with South African military base there? Because they are welcoming everybody else. So
I think the next military base should be Ethiopian base.
Right.
Exactly.
Right there. We're not that far. and Somalia.
You
And the
just keep sending.
coalition now that's coming.
You keep sending people across the border to go and fill the military base. By the time you know it, you have 100,000 people in the military base. That will teach them. Because this is ridiculous. We have too many people on the continent. Even in Nigeria, Niger Republic has American military base, has got French military base. It's just everywhere. We can, if you look at it, and these are the ones we know, not the quiet ones that nobody knows about, not the clandestine ones. We have to change our security posture here. You know what? I was listening to Mugabe yesterday, man, the guy. He said, he talked about all the things that's hit the continent. He said, our people, we trust people too much. That all these people that come here, many of them are spies, this, that, how can we be allowing these things to happen to ourselves? That guy, and now I see why his people even treated him well. They didn't exactly disgrace him. That guy has got his head screwed on. He talked about even the slave era, and he used the term our forefathers. And that's something our people don't remember. Because when you use your forefathers, you remember what happened to them. And you remember the people that did it. We don't tend to remember that. We don't tend to remember all the stuff they did with the Kenyans, all the stuff they did with the South Africa. We just seem to forget. Even many South Africans have forgotten. They think everything is okay now, and they are having this in a black president, and all is good. No, all is not good. The day I see a black guy being the guy designing the ballistic missile, and the one owning the nuclear reactors, not calling on China. South Africa is calling on China and maybe Russia to come and build their nuclear power plants. If they are the ones controlling it, why are they requiring foreigners to come and do it? I saw their new submarine, and the submarine looks like those fairly used cars. It's like we can't keep subsidizing our survival. That's what it is. It's not even security, it's our survival. We keep trading our survival on the cheap. You can't buy survival on the cheap.
Niger,
Yeah, but Niger, I want to ask you.
I want to stop.
Can I just ask one last question? This is like around this question, this security. I know there was a new.
Keep it short too.
Keep it short.
I need to end this conversation.
New headquarters, the new defense headquarters was opened with too much fanfare, and it looks like a state of the art kind of like never in Africa kind of infrastructure they built there. Is there should we interpret that into anything to mean something? Like I because I'm not in Ethiopia and I can't really appreciate the significance of it, but like that new headquarters that was built, I know Sadeka is
I can comment. I can comment.
I don't know. Biggie will probably have an idea about it, but does that mean anything? Is that an indication of something, a change in some direction?
I can comment on that. For a military, it's very important to have some kind of recognition and at the same time, pride in what they do, right? And it adds the value. The same thing that I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
When people visit that place, it's even if you take your children and make them visit that place, they will aspire to be working in that kind of place. It's the place is really beautiful and so on. So I feel like it has that kind of value. It adds the risk, and when you're learning, when your working environment is very nice, then you love your job, right? Because at the end of the day, Ethiopia cannot really afford to raise the salary to a limitless value for the military. At the end of the day, it's the lives that they actually sacrifice, and why would they sacrifice something for if they don't love what they are doing? So in that sense, I understand that thing, and I feel like Abiy has a kind of aesthetic type of thing. He loves parks and he loves everything that's aesthetic. Maybe that's his personality, and he somehow values that. And one thing that I noticed was um, the military was previously the military, for example, were buying their own uniform from their own salary, and somehow that was changed
What?
to yes,
Anyway,
that was the case previously,
are you
in the previous
serious?
regime. And when Abiy came, he just said this is nonsense, and the military is now subsidized by the government. So it's that gesture by itself was really important for the military. They were saying that it was really a good gesture. So all these things make a bit of difference, a little bit of recognition, a little bit of respect makes a difference for the military, because at the end of the day, they know they will die at some point in certain in their job, in their duty. So um, having that such kind of things is very important. But at the end of the day, like I said, it's all about the values that we and what are you fighting for. If you don't have unity on what you are fighting for, then all this is not for nothing. And it's only when you have a just cause that you can win any war. And at the same time, our biggest trait in Africa is division, 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 division. So it's not it's not actually the Westerners coming up with bombs, and of course Libya is a special case, and of course Somalia at some point, but that's not the prevalent thing. We are actually killing each other. So how do we stop killing each other? How do we actually have one military for Africans? It's not everybody trying to build a fence and trying to big up themselves and trying to look better than each other. It's about building the values that create bridge among us. Once you create the bridge, then you create the trust, and then once you create the trust, then you say, okay, why don't we have a single military? You join hands. Okay, so that's the case. Even Djibouti, it's in a weird situation. It benefits from all the being a port and everything, but you know, when you start integrating the Horn of Africa, of course Djibouti would not like to be sidelined, and at the same time, it would start, saying, okay, what's in it for me? All these bases here, and what's actually in it for me? It's not. It's for their own sake. All those military bases are for their own sake, and it's not. It's just a cheap money, for Djibouti. So all these things would come together with creating trust and unity among ourselves. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me give one quick example. Russia and the Soviet Union, when the Soviet Union fell, the whole thing went to pieces. So many nations broke off, and Russia was in chaos, really. Boris Yeltsin, their leader, was a drunk. He always, he was a drunk. He goes to the White House, America. He was like, you know what? We've got so many nuclear weapons, Are you going to give us some money, or we go and sell them out, or we'll go and give it to some other people that will give us money? And America will be like, you know what, take money, go away. He's going to come back again and do the same thing. And they were on the news. I lived through it. They were talking about Russia as if Russia was a third-rate country. I was like, you shouldn't do that. Even then, I knew that was a bit rude to be talking about Russia, like, given that this were, I know about their nuclear stockpile and everything. And the country during that period was said to be controlled by and large by the mafia. About 70-80% of the economy was being controlled by the mafia and the oligarchs. And I think Boris Yeltsin messed up, but by the time he stepped down and died, or I think he died or stepped down, one of them. And the important thing is that Putin took over. Within 4 years, the country is back on its feet. The reason why I say that is that even when the nation is in turmoil, their turmoil is better than ours. Because they are strong already. Strength is strength, even when you're a drunk strength. You know all those Chinese movies where the, you know, Kung Fu master is acting drunk and all the rest. He still managed to beat the hell out of the young, these rascals. Strength is strength. Once it's there, you maybe to mess up now and again, but when you get your act together, you are more likely to be more sure-footed. Russia has not missed a step since then. So that's all I wanted to say.
All right. Appreciate Niger. I think I'll give a chance to Biggie since he hasn't said anything recently to close up the session. And then we'll be getting out of here, people.
Well, I've been listening a lot today, and I see the really the high demand of having to spend a good 2% of your budgets to the military. I would say, first of all, what we have in Africa, it's all over Africa. We got ethnic groups problem. Okay, and from my example that I would give you is it's not popular, but it's a national military service. Okay, this is national military service. What it does is, first of all, talking about in Ethiopia to begin with, once you're a 10th grader and you don't qualify to certain, if your GPA is not amount to go to university, you basically have your choice to go vocational school, and that takes money. There's other things that they can do, but at the same time, basically, and these kids are they're struggling, you know, into coming to the adult world and having to work and all that. Plus, you got the ethnic barrier. Oh, he's Oromo, he's that, and that. What happened in Eritrea is when they first started is they have the national military service, and I know it's brutal, but at the same time, on what Eritrea had in hand with all the sanction upon her, she managed to go through it and have a military service. Not only you get 6 month really hardcore military, and then the next 12 months or so, we're going to have to go outside the camp and start building roads, making things, you know, and people, of course, they're going to be talking about free labor and all that. But what they're doing is they're doing it for their country. It's something that gets to get to know a guy from the north, a guy from the south, central. And the one common thing that they have is believe in being Eritrean. And in that fact, you see the result now when it comes to military personnel that you have in Eritrea. Everybody knows how to fight, and it created a good, strong, non-ethnical, just pure Eritrean soldiers. There's a lot of downside of it, but at the same time, that 2% also that we're talking about to set aside, we can set aside for the personnel that went on the military service and give them an opportunity also to excel in their educations, and how we can get to help one another. Plus, you mix them, you shovel them from, there will be people from Mara region working the training in Oromia training in Tigray, name it. They won't have no border because they are, and there will be Ethiopian military. So if they start getting integrating, because military has a lot of power. Believe me, if they need something, they will go to length to get it. So if we start getting cross trainings and developing and understanding what it means to be Ethiopian, Tanzanian, Nigerian, understand your own nation, and then we'll bridge around with every nations on that base. You can, in fact, we can send training across. Go and train in Nigeria because they specialize in this. Go train in Tanzania. They specialize. And that interaction itself, right now, we're all divided in the ethnic lines and political lines. and that has to stop for the new generation. The new generation should be blind for anything that comes for his country, because we need to educate them with the importance that they are the future. They're the future leaders. And once they get into this military exercise and discipline, at the same time, they will learn how to build a tank. They'll learn how to maybe build a cannon. Maybe somebody's going to be clever enough to say, hey, we can do this. So if you don't expose them and just having military base and base after base, every time that there's a country that's building up his military, the neighbors like, maybe it might invade me. This is it's seen in the past. They start building military, but there's no solid foundation on why they're building the military. It's just it might be a threat from the neighbor. So we need to get the mentality. If you really want to have a strong military, a strong spending on the military, I think the ethnic barrier has to be gone. And the only one reason that they can do is, as I mentioned, it through education, having the youth that's not doing anything, and it doesn't mean he is not going to be worth university, but he can go to university if he goes and help others, some kind of a source that you can provide them, and at the same time have basic 6-month military across. At least what it means. You're on the field. That's what I would suggest. But in fact, I don't know what it means, but there are people that one person that visited is Abi. He went to Wasawa and visited, and I don't know what the outcome is going to be from there. So I think the military should be the people, and the people that understood and take an oath for the country, not the oath for any other. And at the same time, the stronger military that you have, the military is really big. It's another city. They can have their own hospital, their own corps of engineer. They can do a lot of things within the country. It doesn't mean just sitting duck and waiting for a war. They do a lot of functional services. And even in America, if you got any problem, they call in for the National Guard, to protect citizen. So that kind of protection itself, it guarantees a safety when it's needed. But other than that, everything else is law and order, and everything is laid out correctly. The military will help securing the country. But this is my idea, my 2 cents to that.
I think military service is a very good idea because it fosters patriotism to the country. And Nigeria has started doing that. They passed it just last year that people that serve in the youth service, something that they do when they graduate from universities, they have to now go into the military instead. And I think most African countries should start doing that because it really puts people into military training. And from there, you can actually keep some of them in the military while the others return back to civil life, and maybe even as reserve. So I'm not asking for, a military that will look threatening to other people. And if, say, your next door neighbor start thinking that you're going to invade them, that is where the African Union comes in. The idea is that you have to know your next door neighbor. If you look threatening to your next door neighbor, obviously they're going to feel like you're threatening them. But if you assure them that this is not for you, if anything, I encourage you to do the same to make sure our countries are safe. You see what I mean? So if I'm living next to a next door neighbor that doesn't have this thing roof, and me, I have my own roof, my house is well painted, and he's going to invite criminals in. The neighborhood is going to go down. Everybody knows that. If you're in the West, you know that when one next door neighbor, the property is not taken care of properly, the value of the other properties go down. So it's in my interest for my next door neighbor to upgrade too. If they don't want to upgrade, so be it. Let them sit there. But I'll upgrade mine because I value my people's lives and their security and their freedom to decide what direction they want to go. Because when we talk about military, we forget that the military are often our people. And most of them, anyway, most of the time that most of these countries, fell into military control, it would be interesting to actually check the data, whether that's when the country is militarily very strong or when the country is militarily quite weak. And often it's the other way around. It's when the military is quite weak. That's when you see these type of events occur more. Look at Mali now.
Yes, it's so fun. I just put that some of the there's a map out there, mandatory military service, and you're looking at Venezuela and all that in South Africa, Mexico. I didn't know that they have mandatory military service. Egypt, Sudan, North, South, Eritrea is there, Congo is there, and some of the West countries. This is incredible. I mean, it's a lot of countries, especially I believe in Russia and all that. There's a mandatory military service. It's just we don't hear it because it's never been a topic. I think we should have that. And Africa got quite a few countries: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
I
9,
think the
10, 11,
area
12.
before
A
Ezra
dozen
is talking
countries.
about.
Count sub-Saharan ones. How many sub-Saharan ones?
Yeah, I'm
Even
looking at
was
the
Tanzania
more
we
dozen.
have that.
countries.
I'm saying even Tanzania we do have that. We used to have back in the days, and then for some time they stopped, but they started again in
Yeah,
2013.
it says
Remember,
unclear.
when
Tanzania says unclear.
they do have because when I was living in 2013, that's when they started again. So I actually
Okay.
ran away from that. So every
Yeah, you
until right
see,
now,
these are the kind of
when you
you
finish,
see,
oh,
I
you
can't
run
believe
away.
you are holding up
Come
to
on,
that
Mika.
this panel.
No, I'm saying,
You ran away.
I was saying, no, like I felt like I ran away because the year they started, like we finished high school and we were supposed to go to the military service, but I got the scholarship, so I had to go, to go
Okay,
to,
no, you
to
didn't run
South
away.
Korea to
No.
study. But
Yeah,
everybody after they finish high school, they go to military service.
yeah. I think I wish I had that because it makes you. It's almost
I
like a
can
rite
tell.
of passage. Really, it's
Yeah.
almost like a rite of passage. And if more of our politicians did that, maybe they wouldn't be standing in the House of Senate begging for another man's or woman's husband to come and save them. Because how can a man that has been trained as a military official sit there and say, come and save me? To be fair, I must I must say the Malian leader is a military man, and he brought 1,000 Russians to come and train his men. I don't know why you need 1,000. You could really get 10 and send the Russians packing. You have 20 million people in your country. Why are you not using them? Just use 1% of that. You will raise a strong army. Well, they don't do it. They keep bringing foreigners to come and supervise our people. It's almost as if, man, I don't want to describe. You wonder why black people don't have respect in the world.
Let's let's stop here for today.
Man, it
Um,
annoys me. Why
Hey,
you wonder
Mika,
why we don't have respect?
Mika,
we,
if
we
you check
still.
on your WhatsApp link on your
Yeah.
WhatsApp,
Hmm.
I sent the link. If you can post it just a minute or so, you'll
All
see what
right.
I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay. I'll post that there, but I wanna appreciate
No,
the
no, just to show
brain.
them on this
Oh, yeah,
panel,
yeah.
just to show them, and we can
I'll show.
carry on and close out.
Yeah, I'll show here. But as I'm showing this, I wanna appreciate the brain for coming here today. It was very abrupt. We didn't plan about this, but he was willing to come and he shared his heart, and it was such a nice, amazing conversation that we needed. So, thank you so much, Brain, for that.
My pleasure. The honor
Yeah,
is
I
mine.
think he's great. I think he's great. He weighs things quite well.
Yes, yes, that's why we call him the Brain.
I like the way Niger talks about me as if I'm not in it.
I wanted to keep it short.
He used the personality. Like I think,
No, it's
but
right.
Nigel,
I mean, he did well. I mean, you did well. You brought up a lot of things, Naja. You did a lot. I mean, this is what we we're talking about. Having also our brother that came in early, bring in and why he's opposing Abiy and all that. I mean, it's great length of conversation. And Mika, sorry we took some of your time. Oh, here you go. You're posting it.
Yeah.
There you go. These are the green that are mandatory military services. And if you look at Tanzania, it says unclear. It's blue.
What is orange?
There's something not right about this.
What is orange?
There you go.
Something's not right.
What is orange?
That Congo one surprises me though.
The orange is no military service.
No, that's pink. It says de jure. What is de jure?
No, de jure.
Is it French?
De jure is kind of French, but maybe a military. I think it's the academy.
Well, it's a Latin. They're Latin words. De facto means official. De jure means, I think, in writing. So maybe they have it in writing, but it's not in actuality.
Yes.
Yeah.
We got a Latin
It's a Latin word. They use a lot of Latin words for Western military. And anyway.
Okay. America.
But that shows you that
but they don't implement it.
Even South Korea, it's 2 years military service. It's mandatory. You must go there. 2 years.
Yeah.
The Congo one surprised me because they have a sizable population, but their military size to their population is quite low. Why are they not retaining them? They're like, okay, come and serve and get out. And is that the attitude? And they need the security. What is that? You come and serve and you kick them out.
Right.
But you got Mali, you got Niger, you got Chad. Across the Sahel, they have the program, including Algeria and Eritrea and Egypt and Sudan and South Sudan. There's quite a number of them. Mozambique. It doesn't. So I wonder what is the correlation between conflict and no conflict. So like how well you do it matters. I think Eritrea has done it so stringently, right? And it made a difference for Eritrea. And then I think it was out of necessity for Eritrea too. So, but you got Mali that's required, but they're not benefiting from it.
Yeah. Mali definitely is not bad. I don't even know what's wrong with those people there. There's so much. There's something seriously not right. Maybe it's the French influence.
Yeah, there's always the French. Always the French.
It's really bad.
There's a saying in Ethiopian language where if you have too many people stirring the pot, the chances of the whatever you produce in the pot tastes more horrible than better. So there's like too many people in there in the pot. Like, so you want a few, one or two people. So they I don't know how to translate Jijilan.
You mean like too many chefs, not enough Indians? That's what they say.
Oh, that's the English version. Yes.
Yeah.
That's but it's so racist, right? But the Ethiopian version.
that's what it mentioned. That's what it want to mention.
So in the case of French, Mali and Niger and Burkina Faso, too many. I mean, Central African Republic is the best example of that. It is one we should cover actually, Mika, sometimes. What's happening in Central Africa is happening under the radar, but it's a playground for EU, Russia, France, America, and China. All of them are playing their game in there, stealing the resources.
I heard that country, what happened was that the French was, running circles around them, and basically the West, and then they brought the Russians in. And maybe the Chinese are moving in. And the country is, from what they say, has improved. That is the reason why the Malian president decided to invite the Russians. So, but I personally, I don't know what we are using our own people for. It's like we are dollies, Let them bring the real men in. I don't get it. I really don't. I don't understand that.
It's about balancing the conflict, right? It's about so you bring in, so EU dominates, then you bring the Russians. It kind of counterbalances.
Yeah, until they both decide to dine on you, then until they both decide to dine on you, then you know.
By the way, can you believe it? All of that is instituted by the UN Security Council.
You see that this is the thing. Why? You see, if somebody wants to come and help you, why don't you just give you the guns? And if you want to teach me, you can even do virtual. There's Zoom. Teach me what you want to teach me from your country. Send me the ammunitions.
I don't even think you need a Zoom.
You don't have to come over.
You just need a Wikipedia.
If you really want to help me.
Elijah, now you see that we there's a need for you to have that session with us. For you to have that session with us, you really, I'm really waiting for you. You need to have like 2 hours, 3 hours alone to talk about
day, 2
every
hours.
single thing.
At least three times a week, 2 hours, and he's the lead host, and then
Yes.
me and you or anybody else, we just manage the technology part.
I have to still do my work. I have to earn a living. You know how we roll now. I have to go and work. That's why I'm quite lazy. From that point of view. That's why. That's why I see you guys are doing a good job.
We need you in Africa, because right now here, I think you stay for more than an hour, and we've been sharing this, so you can come and do that by yourself.
I'm on the ground. To be fair, I'm on the ground in this thing, Nigeria. I have people that I'm working with on the ground in Nigeria. So the thing, this is the thing. Sooner or later, you have to put your hand and walk where your mouth is. I wish I was on the continent myself. I wish, but sometimes you have to take the advantage of what you have in the West to transfer knowledge on the ground there. So I'm working on the ground too. So.
That's good.
I really wish I could come
least,
online.
Yeah.
I really wish I can. That's why I'm a bit unpredictable. Sometimes I can show up today, then tomorrow I will not show up. Because sorry about that.
No, but the thing about we could do this. We could do this. A simple thing. They could say 1 hour a week, and all you. It doesn't matter which day. 1 hour a week.
Whenever you are ready. Yeah.
And then you just post it up, and then you get people to talk about it. And really interrogate some of the things, because sometimes people don't have enough time to really kind of digest the issues that you raise. And it took me a while to come around to your point of view. When you first started doing it, and when I started my own research and study, I said, okay, wait a minute. This, that's how I became to really understand. But there's sometimes people don't want to take that initiative. They want somebody to really cudgel them and kind of guide them, shepherd them all the way to the end. So
I can do 1 hour. I can do 1 hour. I've been here more than 1 hour already. So so I definitely can do 1 hour, maybe even more. So
because I feel like sometimes I stop you. That's why I want you to have that session and then you can receive some questions, all those stuff, because this is like your area, man. You're like a minister of defense here in 1 hour.
It's weird, isn't it?
But Nadia, check out the new defense headquarters of Ethiopia. Brand new, flashing, brand new.
That blow my mind, man. That's amazing.
They don't have an English version of it, but the visuals will tell you enough.
Nadia, I need your WhatsApp, man. I don't know why I still don't have your WhatsApp.
Because I am a very private man. That is why I say some very, very provocative things, and you can imagine I have to be watching my back now and again. So
do you say any more provocative than I say?
Yeah. This guy. That's what I'm saying, man. Look at my face and our face are right here. You are the minister of defense, man. You need to defend us as well.
All I do is just observe people, and I guess maybe it's instinctively I tend to understand when somebody could want to, where power lies. I observe where power lies, because power. See, was it not somebody that said it just recently that force is the ultimate, that is the purest form of power? That is how it's expressed, and when you miss it, then everything else, you will just be getting the wrong solutions all the time. This is why we never really nailed it. That this is at the heart of our predicament. And if you man, if you listen to some of the stories of the past, what happened to our forefathers, how the Mali Empire fell, the Songa Empire, King Jaja Vopopo, Benin Republic, Oba of Benin, it's so lamentable. Some of the things that hit us, we didn't even see it coming. And I hope that this generation don't make similar mistakes, because this world doesn't owe us a living. It really doesn't. If you take yourself for granted, it will take you for granted. It's that simple. And I just wish that our people, and I believe this young generation, they are not going to, if they are guided and they are aware, they're not going to take prisoners because they are hungry. They can't suffer like the way that's my generation and the generation before me suffered on the continent, where they are doing all this, what they call it, charity, this to raise money for Ethiopians and Somalis because of famine. And no, we don't need that. We don't want that to be our future again. Enough is enough.
I read somewhere power is the ability to effect the ability to produce intended effect.
Yeah, exactly. And the purest form to do that, the purest form, you can use, influence, people loving you, comedians influence people too. But the purest form, even when they hate you, is force.
Yeah.
And that is the one that often changes the landscapes of the world.
All right. I shared my number in the group. And Niger, you can take my number. Because
let me get it.
I wanna arrange this with you, so that any day that you'll be like, you can tell me anytime that I think I can do on this day, and I'll on that day we just do a session.
Sounds good. We do.
Right.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, and I like the fact. I really appreciate the fact that you are, you appreciate that I'm contributing, because I go to so many channels, but I see that you are very active. You really want people to really get involved in the project itself. So that's good, because most people just do it as part-time, come in. You are here every day, putting in the work. It's not. I can tell you, I know it's not easy. It's not.
I appreciate my brother.
I think Naja should run the Swahili Nation now.
Seriously.
he's a moderator already. He's a moderator.
Right. Naja, there's something that I read on the comment section, and give him your answer. It seems like Ryan said you hate foreigners. I think you work with foreigners, so give her an answer for that.
I don't hate foreigners at all. I think nobody should make any mistakes about that. I just want to be an equal relationship with foreigners, and I don't expect any foreigner to respect me just out of pity. Oh my God!
To me,
that's worse than death.
No, Niger, I don't think you should answer a question like that. When somebody says to you, ask you a questions, and the answer they know is gonna be, I don't hate foreigner. They're trying to paint you and trying to put you in a vulnerable position. It's an attempt to put you on a defense. So I would do it to Europeans. They say you are a neo-colonialist, and they say, oh no, I'm not a neo-colonialist. I'm just only for human rights. That is putting somebody, even whether they are or not. Because it's a technique, it's a tactic you use.
But the thing is, if you don't answer, if you don't say, I am not against foreigners, then some people that don't hear your answer think maybe it's correct.
The answer to it speaks the history, the actions and the decisions and the actions of you and your people across Africa for historical time speaks over and over and over. Again, we have never been more tolerant. We have never been more accepting. We have never been more resist. So the only person that has problem with foreigners are people who hate black people.
Yeah, but some people see. I like to think. Okay, let me put it from this point of view. Everything in this world involves communication to an extent. If you think you want to, man just defense and not worry about communication, then you have to do a lot of defending unnecessary defending, because a lot of people misunderstand your intentions.
Yeah.
And so you don't want somebody to hijack what you are saying and say, okay, this person actually hates foreigners. That's what, what he's saying, that you get ammunitions to come and attack us, stuff like that.
Exactly.
So
that's what I mean. With those questions, usually when they are asked, they are trying to position you in a position where you create, so your defense is weaker than it is actually.
That's what I. Ah, sorry.
it's
That's what I thought.
what I found from Gaddafi, what I learned from Gaddafi, and I think the Ethiopian PM made a little bit of mistake with that too. The way we communicate matters. You have to communicate clearly, because remember, the West, there's a machine grinding in the West, there's a machine grinding in China, everywhere. The way they behave is that that machine needs certain triggers to trigger that military into action. They can't just up and just invade any country. If they feel like Gaddafi, how they were able to come into this in Libya was some of these sentences he made. I think he was calling people animals, and he was going to slaughter them. He was going to do all those things. You don't want to use those trigger terms that allow even the people that will stop the other people from intervening to say, okay, you know what? Maybe I should not bother. This guy is going to slaughter people, so let them go and do what they want to do. You don't want to fall into that trap. For me, I think that's why Mugabe survived. Mugabe is a very clever human being. He expresses his will so precisely.
That's exactly, but he was on the offense all the time. He never answered on the defensive.
Because the way he
His
says
answers
it
were always
is
on
so
the offensive.
clear. He's not against them. He's for his people.
Exactly. That's what I mean. I think that's what I mean. Like when somebody says, "Are you against foreigners?" I
By
think
the way,
to me,
she was joking. By the way, I wanted to say that from beginning. She put an emoji of something like of someone laughing. She said, "Yeah, Niger, he hates foreigners," but then she put lol like this one. So
Right.
I knew that she was joking.
but
I don't want anybody that finished listening to me and they see a foreigner, they start giving him evil look.
You defend your people. You stand for your people. That's your answer.
You just have to you have to be aware. You have to be aware and see them as an equal, or maybe even if you want to see them as superior, if you want to see yourself as superior, that's fine. But see them as superior. Don't feel inferior, because they are just like you. And if anything, we have a richer history. Yeah. Jesus, we've been in Africa for almost 10 times longer than they've been out there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I want our people to come. We should have that inner strength to say they are not special. They just have better ammunitions, and they just did some things right, and nature favored them at that time. It's our turn now to figure ourselves out. It's not about hate.
Yeah, I always say we're not anti-West. That's not who we are. If you think that we are anti-West, that's not who we are. But we are
actually pro-West.
Mm-hmm.
I am of the view I'm pro-West. You know how I'm pro-West? I'm of the view thinking their addiction to materialism is destroying the planet, is destroying their livelihood. They are going to be the first one to suffer, because most of their life is in the coastal areas. Most of the economy is in the coastal area. So we should need to find a way to resolve this climate crisis. They are not in a position to resolve it. I'm thinking that. And I want my leaders to be thinking that. And I think Africa could be the continent that could resolve that. So there are a number of things the education system is debilitating. If you don't have money, you're not going to have good education. If you don't have good education, you're going to be in abject poverty forever. So I'm thinking, how do we resolve the education problem? If I resolve Ethiopia's education problems, if I can come up with something, and if I have a team of people that I can work with that can solve that problem, then that solution can be transferred everywhere else. So there's a lot of solutions that Africans will bring in. When Africa is to the table, like equal, with respect and with dignity, we will balance out all the imbalances in the world, the economic imbalance, the racial imbalance, the historical imbalances. We will balance, and the balancing of it will resolve a lot of the problems.
Yeah. I think somebody said that Africa should be like a Switzerland of the world. And I see some merit in that. Yes. A Switzerland with a lot of guns, just in case. Because this is a big Switzerland. This is a big Switzerland. You see what I mean? So I like that idea, because to be fair, Africans, we are custodians of the genetic base of humanity.
Yes.
And we have a lot of responsibility. And I see when somebody, I think, was it Big E that said it? Somebody said that. I thought that made sense. And we should act our age. Seriously, we should act our age and take responsibility.
Yes.
And I don't want to see our leaders calling for other people to come and save us.
No. Yeah. We should be saving others. Yeah, we should.
Exactly.
We save. We did. We do actually save. Like, look. Like, if the Congolese actually demanded, like, in economics, you have a monopoly that's 90% monopoly on a particular resource. And in any economics will tell you, you can set the price. You set the price. You get to have the price. But Congo doesn't set the price because its monopoly is kind of convoluted, right? It's kind of like but imagine, and then because of that, this phone I have is probably like 10 times cheaper than, right? So I get to have cheap stuff. To me, that is what, like, those raw materials being cheap. I mean, coffee, 10 cents. 10 cents. The Ugandan coffee selling for 10 cents in the UK, and in the UK company, no value add. They call it value add, fake value add, and make $9 on it. So we by rebalancing all of that, we will resolve a lot of their crisis.
I know that you guys are very passionate about Africa, but I'm afraid that I need to kick you out of here right now.
I need to go make bread.
I know you want to go, but conversation is just, it has to end now. I know, Vic. You're on overtime. Oh my God, you're overdrive now.
I needed to go 45 minutes ago. So
my goodness, yeah.
But
guys, it's 2 a.m. in the morning here where I am. Please.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, thank you, Mika. I mean, really, our conversation, I think today was a great conversation that led to this kind of understanding. Thank you, Isra. Naja, thank you. I know you've been out for a long time. I know you got to make some red, like Isra says. So anyway, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, everybody on the comment section. Oh, I forgot to say, Red Sea is on. Oh, I was so happy today. He's on fire today. Red Sea is on fire.
Actually, like he or she was 4 hours late today. So she's I don't know if it's she or he.
She.
It's a she.
Yeah. Okay, she's
gonna
go
level
back.
of dedication. Such level of dedication has to be a woman.
Yeah.
Well, the Red Sea, you got to say male or female.
Unless she comes,
he's
online and then prove that she's not a she.
I also want to acknowledge one person. We had a new guy here today.
We're kidding, Red Sea. We are joking.
Yeah,
Red Sea is laughing. he's commenting now.
We had a new person here today. His name is Ethan. I think he's not an African. He said that I guess like his girlfriend or something. She's in Ethiopia right now, Addis Ababa. And as we appreciate you for joining us, you can come again. All right. This is a platform for people who love Africa, want to get to know Africa. This is your place. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge you because I've seen your comments here in the comment section. All right. So I appreciate you guys. I'll just raise a word of prayer and then we'll get out of here as soon as possible. Let me pray. Do I have your permissions? All right. All right. God, we thank you for today. Thank you for the discussion we had. I want to thank you for Ezra, for Biggie, Niger, Pai, and a lot of people that we had here today. Sadeke, Kuru raised their voices, Josie, and the other guy I forgot, African farmer. Yes, exactly. Mwenda Tez as well. We had such a very productive conversation today, and it's all for you, for our people, for Africa. We need you. We want you. Continue to give us wisdom, help our leaders to make decisions for our people, decisions that will save people's lives and not otherwise. Even when they make mistakes, help us, God, to continue to live. Help us to continue to be united for the sake of our people, for the sake of this land. We give you praise, we give you thanks. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
I was going to
Amen.
say this after prayer. I will tell you this. Remember, I pray after you finish prayer, and I said something regard to what I was about to say. I guarantee you, as throughout the time I was speaking, I had no consciousness of where I was thinking, oh, I gotta say this next. I gotta say this next. I gotta say this next. It was just that prayer that you started with, so powerful, worked, and I appreciate. Thanks to God.
Glory to God. Glory to God, brother.
Glory to God. And yes.
Amen. That's
Amen. Amen.
It was
Thank
really
you.
powerful, and we didn't plan about this, as I said. It just happened all of a sudden, but it was really good.
My mind was all over the place before I came to
Yeah.
this point. So I had so many things I was thinking. I couldn't there was no way I could have by myself concisely using my own little tiny 3-pound brain to concisely come up and generate something here. That's all.
I think it's everybody. We got so much passion on what we want to talk. There's so much in our brain, but again, we funnel through the topics and bringing that information for you to be really zoned in. That happens. That's when you have to tell you seriously today, Israel, you were like answering questions and as well coming in with this incredible wisdom, incredible answers and challenges that came in. The way you battled it definitely were in zone. I mean, definitely it was not the Israel that has a bill to pay or do that and do this and projects, but I can feel it. I can see it. That's why I just kept quiet. I could not interfere that. I could not interfere that, and I felt it. And I think a lot of people that are even commenting in here, I know they got a lot to say. They reframing to concentrate on what's the topic is about. You know what I mean? And it helps when you have a panelist that focus like that. Yeah, a panelist that focus like that.
You got to push people instead of trying to add stuff into people. You got to push the boundaries of their thought.
Absolutely.
And then we hopefully we manage to do that. So Nika, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, the platform as always. And Biggie, your support, your guidance, your counsel, your balancing. Every time I'm venturing out crazy, wild, and too honest, I know this Biggie is there to really hold things back to where we need to get back to. Where, how do we... So I take risk knowing that I have people backing me. So I appreciate that.
Yep. You're welcome. You're very welcome, my brother.
Yes, brother.
I love you guys. Have a good
too,
night,
guys.
Mika. Thank you for the overtime. We shall pay you when we unite.
Thank you.
Yes, we just need to see actions, right? That's the only thing we want to see.
Action.
Yes.
The 100 days counting. Don't forget that.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Countdown.
All right, guys. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye. Good night.
Bye.
Good night. Well, special thanks to my people out there, members. I want to thank Yenatan. I love you guys. Pi, Sam, Reach, Ezra, every members out there. I already thank people that I had here on the panel, but I want to thank you guys for your constant support and for always being there. You didn't just stop subscribing. You didn't just stop becoming a members. You didn't just stop joining here conversation. You didn't just stop commenting again and again, not for 1 hour, for 2 hours, not for 2 hours, 3 hours, not for 3 hours, 4 hours, not 4 hours, almost 5 hours right now. You guys, I am so grateful for you. I've seen you from the beginning. I've seen you. I'm seeing you here, guys, every single day. So I appreciate you guys for that dedication and for that unwavering support that you show there. I think it helps a lot to bring people together, join people together. You guys, you're ambassadors. Biggie said here the other day, you're ambassadors of Africa. That's your title. Each and every single one of us, we're ambassadors. And you guys, you're ambassadors of One Africa Forum, One Africa Movement. You guys are ambassadors. And I thank you and I love you guys for how, because our message has to be about unity. It has to be that. It has to be about peace. It has to be about love. And you guys, you are a perfect example for that. When people they're reading astray in the comment section, you guys are always bringing them back, always finding a common ground to unite people, to bring people together. And I appreciate that, because me alone, I wouldn't be able to do that. Or two people, they won't be able to do that. But you guys, you took initiative and you're doing that. So I appreciate that so much. And I love you guys. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. But thank you so much. All right, guys. That's it for today. We've been here 5 hours, but it was productive conversation. And I want to appreciate everybody. And I know computer, it did wrong to brother to Niger, but my brother, let me know on WhatsApp, when you want to go ahead with that session, and then we're gonna plan something. That'll be amazing. I love you guys. Good night, Africa. I love Africa. I hope you do too. I'll see you tomorrow.